So, and on behalf of the Center for Media and Communication Research and Faculty of Communication and Creative Industries, Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you present today. We appreciate all of you who took some time off your busy schedule to join this Center for Media and Communication Research Symposium 2020 today. And we hope you will find the program we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. And now, without further ado, to kick off this morning's program, I'm pleased to have Ms. Dearna Cheng, Dean of FCCI, to deliver her welcome speech. Dearna, please.
Okay, good morning, members. Hi, everybody. Good morning, our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Mohd Adnan bin Hashim. Welcome again to our faculty research symposium for 2020. All right.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. All right, and also greetings to all the Faculty of Communication and Creative Industry Center of Media and Communication Research Symposium 2020 committee members chaired by Deputy Dean Dr. Tang Hui Ju, as well as our presenters, lecturers, students, and their supporters here today. All right, the theme of today's symposium, Dimension of Communication and Creativity, aims to accentuate the roles that mass communication, traditional, digital, and social media play in tertiary education. Now, in the industry and economy, as well as in our society and daily life. Now, hence, this web symposium actually encourage our final year communication students, all right, and also our lecturers to research and discuss their findings of this various contexts of communication in media and their impact on work and life. Now, communication platforms and media messages are utilized and consumed by the public, and they affect education, societal, institution, and cultural through their usages, practices, technology, and infrastructure. Now, they extend beyond traditional media to that of digital, online, and social network as well. So we invited researchers among the faculty's graduating students, all right, for this symposium, and existing lecturers to share with us their empirical derived insight from the field of advertising, casting, journalism, media studies, and also public relations in terms of their impact on daily activities, industries, and trends. All right, this Center of Media and Communication Research Symposium 2020 serves as a part of our annual academic event that include industrial forums, practitioners sharing, guest speakers, and also practical campaigns. It entails our TAUC tagline of Beyond Education. Now, we hope that this particular center in the future, we hope instead just a webinar, we hope to actually organize face-to-face kind of symposium. All right, this was our initial plan at first, but because of the pandemic this year, all right, we switched the whole the symposium to a webinar instead. All right, so education has transversed beyond classroom and textbooks to embrace the external industry, economy, and also the job market. Therefore, I look forward to all your presentations today. All right, and especially the 15 students and the 5 educators today. And Prof, again, I would like to thank you for your time. And we hope everybody attending this symposium today will have a very fruitful day. And of course, congratulations to the committee, all right, for having this symposium organized. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dearna, for the heartwarming opening. And now moving on, as you all may know, that we have invited a distinguished keynote address speaker for today's webinar. And pleased to welcome Professor Dr. Mohd Adnan bin Hashim. And for your information, that Prof. Dr. Muhammad Adnan is a professor in the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, University Technology Mara, UITM, and here to present. Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tik Bengchang. Can everyone see the slide?
Yes, Prof, we can see.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. All right. Hang on, yeah. Let me.
Maybe you can make it a full page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So is that fine? Is that okay now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So I'll start the presentation. First and foremost, salam to all Muslim audiences and a very, very good morning to everyone. And also allow me to thank the organizer, in particular, Mrs. Dearna Ki Junchian, Dean of Communication and Creative Studies. Not to forget Dr. Nadia, who has been in contact with me the past few days. And of course, Chitra, who was the person who contacted me first. Thank you for inviting me to this symposium today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now facing challenging times. We all are aware of it because we are experiencing it since the past 9 months or so. Universities and colleges are being disrupted by many social and technological influences. This situation becomes more delicate with the frenzy of COVID-19 pandemic that has interrupted our daily routines. Today's advancement involving the growing importance of producing breakthrough ideas and product creations, globalization of services, work, and the increase in online open courses are definitely producing challenges as well as opportunities for everyone, especially students of colleges and universities who we all know are the future of this country. Today's topic, which as the organizer proposes, is a 20-minute talk on the area of communication and creativity, which I will be speaking in general, but does not aim to touch on complicated issues of technological advancement or any other heavy stuff, which would surely demand implications of the society. Nevertheless, this topic is still significant as we all are involved in it in some way or other. Although at most times, I believe we often take it for granted. So here goes, as you can see on the screen, I have titled it as Collaborative Creativity in Communication, and it will be a talk of very general because I noticed the 15 also presenters will be focused on different areas of communication. So this is the beginning, yeah? So let's move on. Creative acts in communication occur in a collaborative or collective setting, meaning it does not involve just one individual. When we talk about creative acts, it has to involve at least 2 and more persons. It can be 10, it can be 15. So the source of creative achievements is not just from individuals, but a combination of people. Although individuals do contribute to the ideas, clues, or encouragement, members of the group decide together, either by majority or in agreement, on the creativity of the outcome. In that sense, collaborative creativity could be described as a social phenomenon. Actually, we can relate this situation in education settings where the development of course syllabus and related matters expects too much of an individual. I'm sure lecturers can relate to this. Therefore, creative collaborations would assure us of the success of a task. In a creative collaboration, two significant factors are the results of the creation and implementation or acceptance of the creative result. To produce a strong collaborative communication that would result in a major breakthrough, individuals in the team, in the social entity, would have to have something in common with regards to creativity. This means the phenomenon of communication is essential as a driving force for collaborative creativity, which starts with a problem and, if successful, would result in a novel and appropriate creation or product, which would include perhaps a theory, a work of art, or goods and services. As you can see on the screen, I've devised the 4 dimensions of this collaborative creativity. They are type of communication, how it is executed, its working style, and the relationship between the nature of problems and the effects of the solution. First, we need to understand that communication is self-creation. According to the German sociologist Niklas Luhmann, communication is the core aspect of collaborative creativity. It describes communication as an emergent phenomenon which follows the synthesis of the following 3 actions, which I'm sure you all are very familiar with. The sender that selects an information, the change that selects the utterance for this information, and the receiver who understands the difference between information and utterance. On this aspect, understanding is the most important action because it empowers a connecting act of communication that leads to a communication process, because it is fundamental within a communication system wherein one is free to discuss on an agreed subject of communication. So members of the group involved can refuse acceptance or doubt the information as long as this occurs at the operational level of communication. So as you can see on the slide, the process of communication coordinates and harmonizes the single contribution from each member, and these contributions will certainly speed up new idea associations in the ongoing communication process. This is necessary to find a creative solution in collaboration. The content of a communication process can be regarded as the emergent property of a creative collaboration in communication. And collaborative creativity can only emerge if all participants actively take part in the process of communication. So basically there are 2 types of communication, which I'm sure you all are very familiar with, and they are relevant for small encounter situation. That is, as you can see, face-to-face interaction or communication and tool-mediated communication. In face-to-face interaction, participants are present at the same time and place. I'm sure we missed that. interactions happen in verbal communication. Of course, non-verbal communication also takes place in face-to-face interaction. In tool-mediated interaction, like what we are doing today, participants are not at the same place. They may be at the same time. Most of the time, they are at the same time. An example, as you can see, is video conferencing, telephoning, emailing, verbal and written communication. So to gain synchronous or same-time communication, tool-mediated interactions are dependent on the technology of the used medium. But technical failures could occur and would result in an interaction abortion. Then, of course, we try to use emails or fax when communication is delayed. So therefore, communication that occurs at the same time or synchronous communication, especially in face-to-face groups, enables the highest degree of togetherness. However, we must note that tool-mediated communication also has its advantage in that the participants have more time to reflect and elaborate on the communicative content. So, how it is executed or the sequence of functioning is one of the 4 dimensions of this collaborative creativity. So let's look on. So basically, there are 5 different stages: brainstorming, problem finding and acceptance, preparation stage, development or incubation stage, and verification stage. At the brainstorming level, the length of time is dependent on the complexity of the problem and the solution. And of course, the process is tedious. You have to use a lot of your thoughts, and because you are looking at so many issues and factors, then also there is no broad and uniform creativity process. Each single process is individual and determined by the situation. For instance, collaborating on a research project may start by expanding an idea for the research topic based on an overall situation provided by the research sponsor and ends with an expected outcome. In contrast, in another form of collaboration involving, for instance, a creative team of an advertising campaign, may start with a brief on the marketing plan by the client or the advertiser, and may end up with a breakthrough concept or big idea that would result in phenomenal sales of the brand advertised. However, a simplistic and clear structure provides starting points to enhance collaborative creativity in real settings. So basically, every creativity starts with problem finding and leads to problem acceptance. At this stage, members in the group develop shared mental paradigms. So they agree on some ideas together. And so that is knowledge possessed by all group members about the problem and about expectations for the execution of the assignment. So these shared mental paradigms would create mutual understanding and harmonizing among the group members, such that performance of the assignment would be easier as every member can focus on the solution to the problem. And conflicting views will be decreased. After the problem identification, relevant information is gathered in the preparation stage, where brainstorming becomes a good tool to generate a mass of raw ideas, after which quality of ideas will emerge. This stage would take some time, sometimes even a few days, during which time participants could reach a saturation point. I'm sure many people here can relate to that. Students when you do assignments and so on, lecturers when you do research or something like that, or coming up with syllabus content. Yeah. So after a while, with sufficient relaxation and continued process of communication amongst the group members or the participants, creativity is then enhanced at the development or incubation stage. So consequently, ideas are elaborated until the best solution is found. So this situation is called collaborative illumination. Following this stage, the incubation stage, is the verification stage. So this is where the solution is assessed with reference to novelty and appropriateness, after which it is either rejected or accepted. In most executions, modification is needed until the final product or the solution is developed. Normally added with creative techniques. Yeah. So the next dimension is working style in collaborative communication. To guarantee output in a collaborative communication environment, members in the group practice open and free communication, where every member is taken seriously and reassured to contribute and bring out their creative potential into the communication process. This means a fixed pattern of communication is a threat to creative potential. So you need to have open and free communication. Yeah. Instead, mutual trust among members is crucial, and risk-taking should be encouraged, such that the quantity and quality of contributions are assured. So the next dimension is relationship between problems and solutions. The key understanding in a creative collaboration of communication is to, as I mentioned earlier, identify the problem and optimize the task by finding the best possible solution for the problem. Hence, quality of ideas is more important than the quantity of ideas. The type of problems in the creativity process would determine the consequence of the solution. As a rule of thumb, for creativity to emerge, there should be independence of the mind or autonomy in a creative collaboration, because it synchronizes with the problem dimension. If the problem is considered well defined, then there is likely less control in idea creation, and the solution ranges from incremental to radical solutions. For example, the creation of a product may follow a predictable direction to address the problem and may result in an unexpected solution. It must also be noted that solutions to the problem can be changed during the creative execution. In a normal collaborative creativity situation with reasonable autonomy or independence of mind, individuals are selected by the top management of a typical organization based on their expertise and qualification in their field of product creation. Therefore, members of the collaborative group could act within the limits of a well-defined problem and an expected solution. So radical solutions to identified problems normally occurs in informal settings and pose a big challenge to the participants. This kind of collaboration generally happens informally, normally among friends or partners. For instance, in music compositions between two or more artists where there is mutual trust and complementarity. That means they complement one another, they understand one another, especially creative people. Yeah. So basically, my conclusion is that collaborative creativity requires adequate analysis of communication as the driving force behind creative collaboration for the output we want, which is the product creation. And to recap, there are four essential dimensions in this model: type of communication, sequence of functioning, working style, relationship between the nature of problems, and implication of the solutions. In practical settings, these four dimensions are mutually reliant on one another, but also dependent on factors like leadership, diversity of members, or environment to result in the output of a creative collaboration of communication. So these four dimensions may be useful for various settings, including for research purposes, for academic purposes, or even professional assignments. Therefore, for creativity to benefit society and to flourish, the management in organizations must take responsibility to encourage an open culture of communication with flexible behavior patterns and democratic infrastructure. These are actually catalysts that should be in place before a team of creative collaborators could start work on the problems assigned to them. Additionally, it is essential for the management in a creative communication setup to support product creation in specific collaborative situations. These four dimensions presented serve as guidelines throughout the start and fulfillment of a creative collaboration. They might also indicate to a call for action to enhance creativity. For example, to change the type of communication, or to employ an alternative working style, or to allow for more independence in the functioning of creative collaboration. And in all, the main objective of this model and its dimensions is to assist in group member collaborations to realize creative solutions. Before I end my talk, because I am from advertising, I want to show you 2 or 3 advertisements. Actually, because creating advertising is definitely involves a group of people, and it takes a long time. So the process of coming up with ideas and so on until they come with the best solution. Normally, the result will be a breakthrough. You know, if it's the sale of the product will increase because of the creative work and so on. So this 30-second commercial, which I'm going to show you, is based on, I think, hours and months of thoughts until it became a major brand in its product category. So let's look at it.
Marry me? Hi, I'm Abdul. My days are packed. I act. I work out. Fisherman's friend keeps me strong and refreshed. I breathe. I repeat, because I always have a friend. New Fisherman's friend, citrus, strong, refreshing.
So that's a Fisherman's friend. That's this other advertisement is just a poster, but I think you should also see it because, sorry. Okay.
Hi, I'm.
So this is the one I was talking about just now. It's a campaign poster in more than 20 years ago, yeah, or 12 years ago, for the first black president in America. So you can see it's just a poster with just one word, one strong word, hope, And the visual shows this man, you know who he is, Barack Obama, the first black president. He's looking up. What does that mean? It means to show that he is forward thinking, he has vision, and so on. And also the color used, the red color means he's bold, he's ready to face challenges, and the blue color denotes calmness, meaning he is ready to handle situations calmly despite all the challenges. And hope is a strong word, meaning there is hope. That's a big promise. And you know, Barack Obama, like him or you don't like him, I think he has achieved quite a lot. Yeah. So the next one is this World War II poster campaign propaganda. So this also, you know, as you can see, picture tells 1,000 words. The whole idea of showing you all this is to tell you the end result may look very simple, but the hard work behind it involves a lot of people who come up with all kinds of ideas and thoughts. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Adnan, for your knowledge-filled and enlightening keynote address. We are going to take a group photo. So before we proceed to the first section of presentation, and I would like to invite all of you to on your camera so that we can take a group photo for this webinar.
Okay.
So,
okay, ready? 1, 2, now.
Dr. Yap, your camera is not on yet.
I'm not the star today.
Can I invite everybody to turn on your video so that our collage of photos will look better? Can you please turn on your video for just a while? Just fix your head for just a bit. Turn on your video. Thank you so much. Thank you so much on behalf of Dean Ms. Dearna. Turn on your video and we will take a short photo session. Thank you so much.
All right, ready? 1, 2, smile. Okay, hang on. Shervin, your camera is not on. One more, yeah? Or a few more. Okay, 1, 2, smile. Let me adjust the collage to make more people. Okay, one more time. One last time. One, two. One more, yeah? All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Yap. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Prof, for your keynote address.
No problem. My pleasure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, so we have the 3 panels of presentation in the morning section, covering public relations, advertising, and broadcasting in order, with a total of 11 papers will be presented soon. So now, without further ado, let me invite the first presenter of the first panel, Miss Chiu Jing Lee, to take over the floor. Chiu is a public relations student of Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, and her topics is AirAsia's handling of COVID-19 crisis communication on social media and effects on reputation in March to May 2020. So now the floor is yours, Chiu. So you have 10 minutes to present your paper, please.
Good morning to every lecturer, speaker, and guest. My name is Chiu Jing Lee, and I'm going to present my paper, which is AirAsia Handling of COVID-19 Crisis Communication on Social Media and Effect on Reputation in March to May 2020. So, first of all, I would like to talk about the usage of social media in crisis communication. Social media is being recognized as an important communication platform. We can see that many business companies are also joining into the social media trend because they could directly target the specific audience by using different social media, and it is a low-cost yet effective platform. Therefore, the usage of social media in crisis communication is now getting more popular because companies are allowed to share any information that they want, and they are allowed to monitor the audience reaction as well. What happened to AirAsia in this COVID-19 pandemic is that in March, our government implemented Movement Control Order, short form MCO, to control the spread of COVID-19. No matter it is MCO or CMCO, domestic and overseas travels are both prohibited. So customers, they are worried about their purchase with AirAsia that they have made in earlier. And the problem over here is that the tourism industry is heavily affected, and it is estimated that there are around 3 billion loss and more than 160,000 people will lose their job. Same to AirAsia, they are also cutting off their employee wages and reduce the workforce just to keep all their staff. And they also need to sell off some aircraft in order to recover their loss. And this becomes a very, very challenging crisis because people are looking for money refund, but AirAsia also need a certain amount of cash flow in order to get over this pandemic. There are 3 objectives. First is to figure out the type of crisis response strategy used by AirAsia during this COVID-19 pandemic. Second is to analyze the response of the audience and reaction towards AirAsia crisis communication on social media. And the third one is to identify the relationship between AirAsia reputation and COVID-19 crisis from the audience perspective and the effect on customer loyalty. Next, social media in business. The benefit is that social media provide a higher reachability, and it allows SME to have an equal chance to compete in the market. It also helps companies to save budget in an effective way and understand their customer expectation. The challenges over here is that social media require a lot of time to update consistently and reply all of the message and comment. It is also hard to get their attention because there are too much of information and companies have no control in this freedom of speech platform. The ultimate goal of crisis communication is to reduce public criticism and minimize the reputational damage. Therefore, the message must be clear and accurate, and companies have to react very quickly in order to reduce the media attention. Next, crisis communication, reputation, and loyalty. To minimize the reputational damage, the crisis communication plan must be able to present the credibility in their source, information, or spokesperson because there is a positive relationship in between. And CSR communication will also help to remain customer loyalty because CSR campaign that is compatible with the crisis issue will generate a good attitude and higher purchase intention in any stage of the crisis. So in this two-way communication platform, company can always interact with audience to identify their satisfaction by looking at their comments. And the credibility on social media is high as well, because the account is being verified by the social media platform, where we can see the blue tick beside the name of the account. The first theory that applied in this study is Situational Crisis Communication Theory, SCCT. This theory provides a framework for companies to choose crisis response strategies according to the crisis type. There are 3 crisis types, which are victim, accidental, and preventable cluster. We can see that the crisis responsibility and the reputational threat is increased in an ascending order from victim to preventable cluster. And there are 4 crisis response strategies. First is deny, which consists attack the accuser, denier, and scapegoat. And the second one is diminish, which are excuse and justification. The third one is rebuild, and they are compensation and apology. The last one is bolstering, which have reminder, ingratiation, and victimage. The second theory is stakeholder theory. This theory is aimed to create value for stakeholder and develop a relationship with trust, so that this will result in a higher purchase intention and customer loyalty. And customer will stay no matter what happens if they feel that the company is prioritizing them. So in this study, I'm using qualitative methods, which are content analysis and in-depth interview. For RO1, to figure out the SCCT strategy, I will be looking at the Facebook post from 16 March until 24 May. And for RO2, to analyze their response and reaction, I will be looking at the top 20 comments under each Facebook post. And for RO3, to identify the relationship between reputation and effect on customer loyalty, I will be conducting an in-depth interview, and there are 2 groups of interviewees, which are Group A, people who have purchase history within MCO period, and Group B, people who do not have purchase history within MCO period. This is to identify the contrast in between these 2 groups. So for RO1, according to the result, we can see that the most frequent used strategy is not covered in SCCT, which is the CSR communication. Then only followed by SCCT related strategies, which is bolstering and rebuild crisis response strategies. For CSR communication, the campaign is named as In This Together. The first major activity is SOS campaign, Save Our Shop, is to help to boost the local business sales. And the second one is Asia Foundation. They are trying to raise funds for people who need help in this pandemic. And the third one is Humans of Asia, where there are many all-stars, they share about their work experience and thoughts during this pandemic. And there are also some other minor activities come under this CSR communication. So under reminder, Asia is trying to show how they prioritize their customer. They implement safety measures and educate the customer to practice it and provide guidance and etc. For ingratiation, Asia and Tony Fernandez show their appreciation and gratitude to customers for being patient, considerate, and loyal in this challenging period. And come under victimage, Asia mentioned about the current situation of their aircraft, where 96% of their fleet is grounded. And under compensation, Asia provides option of credit refund and unlimited date change for the cancelled flight, and they also extend the travel period for unlimited pass and the validity period for credit account to 2 years. Come under apology, Tony Fernandez, he apologized for cancelling the flight, which affect their customer travel plan. So we are now move forward to RO2. there are 13 types of comments, which are supportive, satisfaction, empathy, inquiry, advice, accused, angry, sarcastic, disappointed, boycott Asia, complaints on ERA or All-Star, complaints on contact support, and the last one is complaints on the service. So we will be breaking the result into two parts. The first part is CSR communication, and according to the result, we can see that the higher ranking are mostly negative comments like angry, sarcastic, and complain, and any others. And the positive comments are at the middle to the lower ranking, like number 8, supportive, and satisfaction at number 12. And here are some representative quotations for the CSR communication. Now we will be looking into the crisis communication. It is same as CSR communication, where the negative comments are at the higher ranking, like angry, complaints on ERA or All-Star, and complaints on service. And the positive comments are at the lower ranking than CSR communication, like number 6, number 9, supportive, and number 10, satisfaction. And again, here are some quotations for crisis communication. So now moving forward to RO3, I'm doing in-depth interview for this section, and P1 to P3 is Group A, and P3 to P4 to P6 is Group B. So for section 1 is to identify their prior relationship with Asia. When they are asked about their previous experience, most of them have a great experience with Asia. Just some of them, they are not happy with the sitting space and the service. And section 2 is crisis communication on social media. The first question is asked about their feeling and opinion when they saw the compensation post. Group A, there are 2 interviewees do not have any positive emotion when they saw it. And for Group B, which are those who are not affected by this crisis, they think that Asia is already doing their best for their customer. And the following question is about the speed of responding. For Group A, there are 2 interviewees are not satisfied with the speed because they have been waiting for a certain time, and one interviewee is very satisfied with the speed. For Group B, all of them think that Asia is responding very fast. Next is
excuse me, Joe, can you complete your presentation in another 2 minutes? Thank you.
I try. Okay. So the next is to identify whether the message is clear enough, and 4 of them is agree, and 2 of them disagree. So the next is their preference of social media usage during crisis. All of them prefer company to use social media because it is convenient. And last is the credibility, where they tend to trust what Asia posted on social media because Asia is having a good reputation and they are popular. Last one is the crisis communication with reputation and loyalty. First is their opinion about the CSR campaign. They all have the positive opinion about the CSR campaign because it really helps a lot of people. And last is whether they will continue to support Asia. All of them will continue to support because the price is affordable and they are influenced by the good prior relationship and also the good image of Tony Fernandez. Last is the discussion. For RO1, Asia should be using deny or diminish crisis response strategy because this is a victim cluster, but Asia did not use any of that, but they used CSR, bolstering, and also rebuilding. For RO2, the negative comment for both CSR communication and crisis communication are higher than positive comment, which is failed to reduce the criticism. As you can see that the top 3 of both communication are negative comments. But it was found that CSR communication received a higher positive comments than crisis communication, which is 85 versus 48, because CSR could arouse people's emotion and generate good attitude. And the advantage of using social media is that customer can share their thoughts, and so we can see that there are different types of comments, and Asia could also do adjustment on their plan after looking at the customer feedback. The disadvantage is that Asia do not have enough time and manpower to reply all of them, and they have no control about the negative comment. For our 3, it is show that a good prior relationship will help to retain customer after the crisis, because every respondent will continue to fly with Asia because of the 3 major factors: affordable price, good experience, and good image of Tony Fernandez. The advantages is that company can update information from time to time because it can be sent out very quickly and received by many people. The credibility is also high because the account is being verified and they can get clear information on social media as well. And lastly, the disadvantage is that people who did not get prompt reply will feel dissatisfied because there is a tendency that people will miss out some posts because of the overload information. Thank you for your time and attention given. That's all for my presentation.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. And now, okay, so I hope we are well prepared for the question. And now it is time for our Q&A section, and we have 5 minutes for Q&A. And to those of you who have any question for Cindy, please raise your hands. And for your information, if you are using a smartphone, then you can click on the More button, and then you can find the raise hand toggle. And from there, we will open the floor one by one for any queries. And to those, if you are using PC, you may click on the icon labeled participants at the bottom center of your PC screen. And all at the bottom of the windows on the right sides of the screen, you can click the button labeled raise hand if you have any questions to ask Cindy. So now, any questions from the floor? Any question, please? So, last call. No question. Okay, any question, last call? No question. Okay. Thank you, Cindy, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And now we proceed to next panelist. So, and we have Mr. Tang Jackson to present his paper, The Function of Strategic Management in Public Relations Campaigns. Tang, please, your time now.
Hi, good morning to everyone. Can you guys hear me here?
Yes.
Yes.
But you can make it a full page.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hi, good morning to everyone who is over here. So my name is Jackson. So today I'm going to present my paper about the function of strategy management in selected campaigns for public relations. So the word strategy in this communication field is well known. However, there are so many different considerations by different management itself. So there are also some conflicts to compare to different type to different type of academics, where they have different type of definition of how public relation to be part of the strategic management. So according to Dozier and Broom, it said from the 1995 paper, it says that it recommends that public relations should participate as a function of management in the leadership of organization or initiatives. So the effects the effects in decision making without making use best of the PR, right, for a company will create a big, it might have a potentially will create a big losses where they underutilize it. So for now, from the previous papers, the study I've gone through, Malaysia still a bit of underappreciate of how public relations to be part of the strategic management. So for this study, will help you to get a better insight into the function of strategic management for the public relation in the current year of 2020. So before that, we'll discuss a bit about what's in and out. So as a public relation role in the strategy management, some papers has been mentioned about 3 things. Generally, I can try to summarize. So first is environmental analysis, which do research around the places, strategy thinking and strategy planning on different kind of campaigns itself, and also objective formulation, implementation, and control, where to create, to implement, and as well as to evaluate. So, however, in these papers were usually are in the western side of the world of the studies. So here is a bit about the contribution of public relations in strategic management function. So the public relation function in it slightly lack awareness and as well as poor of an international perception, as the public relation image itself having such a low for them. So their credibility in some terms there for the organization itself wouldn't give it really 100% to give a full trust for them to be part of it, to make some certain big decision for the organization. So as also there's some studies says that public relation also to be as a communication strategy for the company itself to be the internal environment to communicate between the employees. So, and the last thing will be the result of the strategic thinking process by public relations practitioners. So also that some studies have mentioned that they are very significant to make decision. So there are some contrasts. So after that, we will find out how the Malaysian context will be. So public relations, some studies has also mentioned that they were able to give voice and inspire to the decision making when in a meeting or in the strategic planning. They have better understand about the organization. So this actually, if an organization were able to appreciate or well used or well utilized of public relation function in their strategic management, they will able to embrace a lot of different kind of profits. So as well as they are able to make a great decisions to actually that they're able to focus on, especially on image and reputation, where organizations sometimes may be distracted by different kind of factors, such as community and as well as sales. So there are challenges if it's a public relation in a strategic management. So some says that in some of the studies says that leadership were lacking, executives were lacking, the knowledge, right, as a public relation practitioners were not not catered enough, maybe not fully equipped enough, right? So, and there are some public relations, maybe head of communications were still required to have a report to the upper management where there's a clear line that you are not part of the upper management. So there are these kind of few factors that challenge in this industry. So we'll find out more. And as well as the study will be about, because since we are touching on strategy management, I have this opportunity to touch more on the technology integration as well. So where, especially during this pandemic of COVID-19, so it makes it more even relevant where for this part of study to show that professional for public relations were really like, it's impossible for them to not to use this strategy for being a technology as part of the strategy planning. So these are the few of research objectives that I have here. So the first one will be to identify the functions of strategic management as public relation in the selected campaign, of course. So, and the next one will be to explore the power and the involvement of the public relation head with the strategy management in the public relation campaign. And lastly, to examine the modern challenges of the strategy management function in campaigns. Okay, so the theory I have used or the method I've also used will be more of a qualitative study where there's an in-depth interview between all the head of communication for a better understanding, where the theory I'm going to use for the structure of the function will be using a PR model where there will be two-way symmetrical communication. So what are the findings? So the first one where we found that I'll give some example as well while I summarize over here. So the mediator between the company stakeholders and CEOs are they are the person who actually to help to communicate between the company and as well as the CEO, where they are the media person. And however, they are, even though in the strategic management, like I have a few respondents, they were still working on the technical aspect where very basic things as PR would do, like writing press release, making media contact, and etc. Due to the manpower of the department. So, and the approach, right, for between the strategy management and the public relation function will be two-way. They are able to exchange ideas and information for a better understanding towards the same goal, instead of a decision were made by a senior management or upper management, where to tell a head of communication to do some executive kind of decision. And last thing will be, of course, the function of public relation in Malaysia will be of the head. They are still working on a lot of research and planning. And the second RO will be we show that the value, the public relation function in the strategic management are well respected and are well valued, as a lot of them were given enough resources, such as access to information, as well as to make certain big decisions on the campaign. They are working side by side with CEO or COO. A lot of them was working side by side with CEO and COO instead of being excluded. So as the point goes on, will be they work on the objective and goals together, and they have the voice of empowerment to make the right decision for them. So there is one where he is a head of communication for a banking alumni association where the stakeholders are the board of directors of the bank. So this organization is just like a association, but where they make decision, this guy were able to make some great voice, especially during the pandemic. The necessity of want to put a company into LinkedIn, where it requires some resources to put onto it. So it shows that actually they had a lot of the voice to empower to make great decisions for the company. And lastly, will be on the digitalized, where most of the company nowadays were participate in the digitalized public relation campaign as well, on strategies. So there are some difficult challenge they have faced, but most probably are not about the digital challenges, but more on the resources challenges, where most of the company were not ready to move towards into the digital sphere, where some are because of the technical aspect where the skill sets there are not ready yet, or as well as the financial point of view where there are not enough of resource to actually to put into this digitalization, or some company were just being as we call it old-fashioned, right? However, most and every of the respondents were given the answer that the digital light is very relevant, where especially this pandemic, where you weren't able to create any certain kind of face-to-face campaign or human-to-human campaign, but some will give a point that actually moving digital is easy without any certain of like the cost of pushing the company going to digitalize, such as social media. However, a lot of them many would suggest that a lot of companies wouldn't know what to do in digital sphere, where they just move towards the digital or social media without having a proper strategy. Like, let's say a company just want to go straight away for different type of social media platform, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, something that where they are unable to manage that much. So that is for the finding. So to conclude everything, for the 3 RO that I have here. So the first one, the role in the implementation of balanced knowledge flow was still marginal. So where there is like a win-win situation here, what I want to say, I want to discuss to conclude, where public relations are sufficient knowledge to actually to be part of strategic management, and they can make decision for the company. And this will be especially in Malaysia. And the strategic management of the public relation is appreciated by dominant coalition. There are no generally there are no what you call the glass ceiling, or there are no any clear line that to separate them from the function, where they work side by side very closely with the COO and CEO, CFO, and as well as the different department. So lastly, digitalization for actualization. So actually, digitalization is a crucial thing and is to be actualized already. So that's it for my paper to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. Thank you. Before we proceed to Q&A for Jackson's, I'd like to apologize to my colleague, Mr. Mutu Kumaran. Mr. Mutu, I did not notice you raise your hand just now. So may I invite you to propose your question to John?
All right, sure. She's here.
Yes, she's here. You are here, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Jiling. All right. Very interesting topic, huh, Jiling? Thank you for sharing your research work with us. What I want to ask is actually when she was telling me about the respondents, there was a 2 group, you know, Jiling, the part that the table you put P1 to P6. So you say P1 to P3 is a different group, P4 to P5, P6 is a different group, right? So what's the difference between these 2 groups? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so the differences is that Group A, which is P1 to P3, they are the one who did purchase the air ticket or either the unlimited pass with AirAsia, which is within this MCO period. So they are directly affected. And for Group B, they are the customer of AirAsia, but they did not purchase any ticket or unlimited pass during this MCO period, so they are not directly affected. So that's the differences in between.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Mutu and Jingling. So now, any question for Jackson? So for those who are going to ask question, maybe you can just on your mic. So Jackson, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes. So any question for Jackson? Jackson is also a PR student at UC.
Hi, Dr. Chang. This is Sunchina from Perak Branch Campus.
Yeah, Ms. Tan, please.
Hi. I don't have a question for Jackson, but I just want to give a comment. Hi, Jackson.
Hi.
Hi, I just want to say that you did very well in your presentation. You spoke very naturally and confidently, and your research was very detailed. So good job on that. I also would like to commend Jingling for the same. And hats off to your project supervisors for guiding the both of you for this research. You all did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comment.
Thank you, Ms. Tan.
Thank you.
So, any other questions for Jackson? If you have any question, just on your mic, or you have any comment to his work. Okay, last call. No more question for Jackson. Okay, thank you very much, and thanks, Jackson.
Thank you.
And the next presenter is Miss Servan Teo, with her paper "Social Media Influencers and Their Impacts on Public Relations Campaign and Activities." And she is also a PR student at UC. And now, please, Servan, you have 10 minutes to present your paper.
Okay, good morning to Professor and Ms. Dearna, Faculty Dean, lecturers and fellow friends. So my name is Sherwin. Today my topic is social media influences and their impacts on public relations, campaigns and activities. So you guys can see my screen, right?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay, so now I will start from the reason why I will choose this topic for my study is because there are increased number of social media influencers engagement in these few years by the organizations. The organization use influencers engagement to achieve their communication goals, which mainly is creating their brand awareness to the audiences, and it has caused the number of influencers and information presented in the social media are overloaded. Thus, the communication messages presented by them are hard and challenging to reach the right target audiences. And I also think that the credibility of the influencers are also one of the important factors that would affect the effectiveness of influencers' engagement in PR activities or campaigns. So this research aims to study the effectiveness of social media influencers' engagement in PR campaigns or activities. So my research objective in this study is the first one, to study the role of social media influencers. The second one, to study the attitudes of the people towards social media influencers. The third one, to identify the effectiveness of social media influencers in PR campaigns. And the last one is to examine the relationship between the attitudes towards social media influencers of the people and the effectiveness of social media influencers in PR campaigns or activities. And this is my conceptual framework of these studies. I think that the credibility of social media influencers will directly impact the attitude of the people towards them. And it will also directly impact on the effectiveness of influencers' engagement in PR campaigns or activities. So now I will summarize my literature review, which the researchers Kamis Ang and Welling is talking about the social media influencers. They think that social media influencers are opinion leaders that often do their self-presentation on social media. They create interesting social media contents to grab attention from the audience or their followers. And Noor Hadayani, Sharif, and Najib said that the role of social media influencers is mainly creating two-way conversation between them and their audiences, reviewing of new product launch, and mainly is creating the brand awareness that endorse the brand. And Lim, Ratzo, Chia, and Wang said that social media influencers marketing are mainly about to deliver a brand message to the audiences in order to achieve the company's good image, reputation, and company's goal. They also discussed about the credibility. They think that the credibility of the influencers are able to influence the opinions, beliefs, and attitudes of the people. And the higher the credibility of a influencer have, more effective the influencer is. Dak and Hasprova discussed about the public's opinion towards social media influencers. They discussed that some of the consumers think that influencers do social media postings simply just because that they get paid by the organization. This is their job to do that. And the consumers think that the effectiveness of PR activities or campaigns are highly depends on the consumer itself, because the consumers have the right to choose to influence by the influencers, or they can choose to like or dislike the influencers that they exposed to. And last but not least, Ranga and Sharma discussed about social media influencers and PR activities or campaigns. They think that the role of influencers in PR activities or campaigns are mainly built are important too, and they are also able to create emotional connection and loyalty to the audiences in PR activities or campaigns. So for my research design, I'm using a quantitative, and in my survey questionnaire, I separated into 5 sections, which is the first one, demographics, the second one, social media usage, and the rest, the 3, is the main section that I will research in: the roles of influencers, attitudes of the peoples towards social media influencers, and the last one is the effectiveness of social media influencers in PR campaigns and activities. So I'm using voluntary and snowball sampling. I will send the survey questionnaire to random members via WhatsApp, and I will also request the answer respondent to help me to distribute and share the questionnaire to their friends or family members. So in total, I gathered 80 respondents for this research. So now I proceed to my findings and discussions. For the first section is the roles of social media influencers. As you can see in this table's results, shown that I can assume that the main role of social media influencers are disseminating latest trends and information for the audiences, as it has the highest means among the other roles. And there are also another interesting point where influencers are effective in advocating promotional activities, but not campaigns. As you can see in this table, promotion has a quite high mean, which is 4.19. However, the campaigns is the least mean, which only have 3.93. This is due to the reason that the people perceive social media influencers as a marketing tool for the organization. Thus, they perceive and stereotype that the role of social media influencers are just promoting the organization's products or services. Thus, campaign is a less promotional activities, so they are not so effective to the audiences. Now, I would like to move to the other section, which is the attitudes of the people towards social media influencers. As you can see in these 2 tables, overall, more than half of the respondents have neutral and medium level of attitudes and credibilities towards the social media influencers. And there are an interesting point in this section, which there are significant relationship between the age of the respondents and their attitudes towards social media influencers. As we can see in this table, the 40 years old and above group are different from the other age group. They have the negative attitudes towards the social media influencers. As this discussion is supported by the researchers, they say that this group of people are more familiar with TV ads, print media compared to new media. This group of people think that they have less credibility on the social media influencers. So now I move to the third section, which is the effectiveness of influencers in PR activities. So as we can see in this frequency table, also the highest number of respondents is having medium level of effectiveness in social media influencers. And there is also similar results with the previous one, as the age have a significant relationship with the effectiveness of social media influencers in PR campaigns or activities. It is similar to that the 40 years old group and above are different from the other group. Influencers are not effective on them, as because this group of people usually they will get product review or search this review from those more formal platforms such as forum, blog posts, but they would not affect or influenced by the word of mouth recommendation, where social media influencers is considered as one of the word of mouth recommendation. Thus, they are not effective on them. So overall, there are moderate effectiveness on the other age group, as nowadays they think that social media influencers are lack of authenticity, and there are similar contents posted by the influencers on social media, and the sponsored content are also overloaded on the social media platform. That causes the effectiveness to be moderate. So now I would like to present the relationship between the credibility of influencers will affect the attitudes towards social media influencers. As you can see that the value, our value is 0.888, which is strong and positive, which prove that there is a strong and positive relationship between the credibility of influencers and the attitudes towards social media influencers. Influencers or endorsers who recognize as highly trustworthy will leave this difference in consumers' opinions towards the communication message, which means the higher the credibility of an influencer have, the higher influences to the public. And there are also a strong positive relationship between the attitudes towards social media influencers and their effectiveness on PR campaigns and activities. Source of credibility is credited in affecting consumers' attitude as well as affecting the effectiveness of social media influencers in PR campaigns or activities. These three things are directly impact with each other. So the theory that applicable in this research is the first one, selective exposure, where people are able to have the preference of choosing what to expose based on their interests. And the application in this research is people are more favorable and selective to the content that appears in their daily content consumption of social media. Younger generation are more often exposed to influencers, while the older generation are less exposed to influencers, so that they have different attitudes and effectiveness of social media influencers. And the other theory that could apply in this research is media ecology theory, which is about communication affecting human perception, understanding, and how the interaction takes place during the media evolution. Application in this research is the trend of social media influencers might started to decline, as the effectiveness nowadays are not as high as compared to the earlier time. So PR should follow the latest trend of media communication method to target their audiences. So I think that my research are able to contribute to the PR industry, as PR practitioners is able to develop the most effective strategy when the target audiences are from different age group. The people might get tired of the traditional style of influencers engagement, so the PR practitioners could develop a new style of engagement with the influencers to attract the people. So the influencers engagement might still effective for the younger generation, but not the older generations. There are some recommendations for the future study, which I think researchers can expand their connection to try to reach various respondents to generate more accurate results, and have good time management to allocate suitable time frame for each procedure, as these are my limitations during my research study, so I've come up with these recommendations. So as a conclusion, I think that the trend of influencers engagement has started to decline because the effectiveness is not as effective as the earlier time. And the communication strategy will change day by day according to the media environment and technology. So PR practitioners should follow and familiarize with the latest trend to determine the most suitable communication strategy for their audiences. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Servant. May I invite question or comment to servants? Any question or comment from the floor? You can just on your mic. So, no question and no comment. Okay, last call. No question. If no question or comment, then I proceed to next panelist. And the next panelist is our colleague from Penang branch campus, Mr. Muthu Kumaran Kanasan. And he is a senior lecturer in the Department of Communication, Penang branch campus, TAUC. And he will present the relationship between ethnocentrism and inter-ethnic contact, a quantitative approach. So please, Mr. Muthu, please take over the floor and you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you can see my slides, everyone?
Yes, it is. The slide is very clear.
Thank you. All right, a very warm good morning, to my colleagues in KL, okay, and also Perak, yes, right, and Johor, I think I saw one, okay, and also students, right? So thank you very much for having me on board. Yeah. So my topic today is the relationship between ethnocentrism and inter-ethnic contact, a quantitative approach, right? So this is mainly on just a quick intro, mainly on the human communication, right? So basically, I think especially PR students, you have studied BHMC 2024, right? Socio-cultural communication. Basically, that is the area of focus on today. Right? So today we are going to look, okay, to be very straightforward, we are going to look into the two concepts. Yeah, one is ethnocentrism, and the other one is the inter-ethnic contact. How does these two relates, right? So that is basically this is one part of my research that I'm presenting. One part of my research, right? So first of all, let me bring your attention to what is ethnocentrism, right? So this is terms, right, used especially in intercultural communication, right? So as you can see, according to Atkinson, ethnocentrism involves believing certain things to be true, that one's culture is superior to others, right? More deserving of respect, or at the center of things, right? So this is what the concepts actually appears, all right, in every one of us, right? So we cannot deny that, right? So every one of us has the ethnocentrism in them. The question is, how strong, okay, is the perception? Yeah. So another literature or definition on ethnocentrism is an understanding of a person or a group's standpoint that they are the focus and spotlight for the entire or the whole lot. So every group has its own dignity, right? Superiority, group up with their own kind and dislike the outsiders, right? So this is, sometimes we tend to group right? What we call in-group and out-group, right? So we tend to be, how to say, stick, okay, to our own group, right? So that is what ethnocentrism is, yeah. Right. So we try to look at how the ethnocentrism inter-ethnic contact. Yeah. So Malaysian society has been divided into different ethnic groups, as you can see, right? Three major races are Indian, Malay, and Chinese. Of course, we have a lot of sub-ethnics. All right. And inter-ethnic relations or inter-ethnic contacts. So I use this term, inter-ethnic relations and inter-ethnic contact interchangeably, right? Has been influenced by the history of British colonization. So we go back to the history, right? The background of the study, right? Where we have learned and we know, right? We are aware of the divide and rule policy, okay, that have distinguished cultural groups, right? So I don't have to explain more on that. So I think most of you are aware of what is a divide and rule policy, right? So the same concept, okay, we are looking at is continuous, right? And up to date, right? The divide and rule policy, right? Furthermore, some preferential national policies has categorized Malaysia as an ethnocentric state, right? So this is also, in a way, ethnocentrism, right, is also related to our policies, right? How our government, right, come up with policies, right? So that is also indirectly, right? We can relate it to the ethnocentrism, right? And the British practice self-separation and polarization to exploit the nation's resources and to stabilize the political power in Malay Peninsula, right? So we are looking at how the British government understood, okay, the various and roles by the British government is understood by Malay, Chinese, and Indian, resulted in three groups being divided in terms of occupation, living space, and education, right? So this is what we have known, right? In terms of history or the background, right? They were staying at a different location geographically, right? But now, right, even though geographically they can be in the same place, right? But how is the ethnocentrism attitude? That is what I was interested to find out. Yeah. Right. A few, a bit of literature. So this segregation was manipulated in nature, resulting in us versus them mentality, as what I mentioned. Okay, according to Tajwell, right, based on the SIT, social identity theory, right. He also mentioned about in-group and out-group, right. So the feelings of ethnocentrism can affect people's reaction, right, and make them decide, okay, based on what they feel and imagine according to their own biased perceptions, right. It is found that in societies with high level of ethnocentrism, it is more challenging to maintain cohesion, okay, and keep solidarity between all groups members, according to Mohd, okay, 2003. And Newlip 2002 asserted that ethnocentrism is a barrier of effective and impressive intercultural communication, right? So based on the literature review, we can say that ethnocentrism is an important concept in the field of intercultural communication. Yeah, right. So look at in a local content, Malaysia, right? Interaction between ethnics in Malaysia have declined due to ethnic settlements, right? This situation can generate the notion of ethnocentrism become stronger among inter-ethnics, right? So in a way, according to Abdullah, right, 2012, right, ethnocentrism can create hurdles to communication with those who are culturally dissimilar, right, which give difficulty to achieve solidarity among ethnic groups, right? And another, okay, research, right, by Merdeka Center 2015, the investigation focused on interpersonal contact, and found out that a majority of respondents report meeting fairly frequently with people of different ethnicity, and finds that for most respondents, their circle of good friends is predominantly confined to their own ethnic groups, right? So this is what has been said in 2015, right, 5 years ago, right? So we could see that there is a similarity and continuity of what has been discovered in the literature, right? Right. So problem statement, yeah, past research shows that people in Malaysia like to communicate only with their own ethnic, and majority of them are insensible to racial integration, which provide rooms to ethnocentrism, according to Abdullah, 2009, right? So the relationship between ethnics in Malaysia deteriorate, right, due to the attitude of community members who are still ethnocentric, right? So according to Zakaria, right, in his study in Malaysia in 2012, right, he disclosed that some people, right, still hang out in groups, okay, but the majority and minority still exist, right? So this kind of attitude could constitute the notion of ethnocentrism among the inter-ethnic groups, right? So based on the previous studies, all right, we noticed that, okay, this ethnocentrism still good, right? But how in the new millennium, right? We want to test on that. Okay, so significant of a study by exploring ethnocentrism in the framework of communication will not only allow for increase in study and understanding of relevant literature, right? But basically, if you look at this concept of ethnocentrism, right, it actually overlaps, right? So sometimes you can see, right, this concept is also being researched in other fields, right, like social psychology, political science, and so forth, right? Not only pertaining to communication per se, right? But it is important, right, to also, to find new means, right, to intersect cultural barriers and strengthen communication among people with different cultural backgrounds, right? Because at the end of the day, right, we want to see, right, how is the inter-ethnic relationship, right, or inter-ethnic communication, improvements, yeah. So this present study therefore aims to contribute to the discourse of ethnocentrism in the local Malaysian context by exploring in depth the factors that contributing to ethnocentrism. Thus, the researcher believe this study will fill the gap in the literature. Yeah, right. For this study, right, the social identity theory set as a fundamental, right, point to support the ethnocentrism concept. Yeah. So the social identity perspective presents such a description as it contends that group formation can actually advance to intergroup ethnocentrism because of presence of other group, right? So SIT theory is actually created, right, by Turner and Tashfeld, 1986, right? So what does this theory says, right? When people bestow great importance to their ethnic group in relation to other in-group members and themselves individually, and when they perceive other ethnic group, they tend to give more importance to their own ethnic groups, right? So this is what the social identity theory, right? So in one sense, okay, or in other words, the cultural identity, right, as becoming more superior, right? Their own identity becoming more superior compared to the other ethnic groups, right? Okay, I have two research questions and also hypotheses. This is a quantitative study, right? So RQ1 is what is the level of ethnocentrism among undergraduates respondents of different ethnic groups, and the focus is on the three major ethnic groups, right? And RQ2 is what is the pattern of relationship between inter-ethnic contact and ethnocentrism, right? First, I want to see, right, the ethnocentrism level among the three ethnic groups, and then I want to see the relationship okay, whether there is a relationship between inter-ethnic contact and ethnocentrism, right? So methods, okay, this is a survey questionnaire where the survey is done in Penang, yeah. So among 380 respondents from public and private universities and colleges, right? So we use random sampling, right, to carry out this research, yeah. Right, and for the measurement, right, we have two tools here, right, measurement tools. One is ethnocentrism scale by Boris Bizumi, 2009. We have 58 items. But actually, if you are aware, right, if you are aware of this ethnocentrism, maybe you have read some of the articles, mostly based on my literature review, right, I noticed that people use general ethnocentrism, right? If I'm not mistaken, by McCroskey, Newlip and Max Crosky, right? This is 1980s lah. I can't recall the exact year. Mostly, most of the researchers that want to research on ethnocentrism, right? But this ethnocentrism is actually a reconceptualization by Boris Bizumi in 2009, right? So he has a 6 dimension, right? With 58 items, right? And the other measurement tools is inter-ethnic contact scale, right? Which we have 10 items, right? To see the relationship between ethnocentrism and inter-ethnic contact, right? So for this, we have 2 analyses. I have run 2 analyses, inferential analysis, one-way ANOVA and also Pearson correlation, right? One-way ANOVA to test my RQ1 and Pearson correlation to test my RQ2, yeah. Right, findings, as you can see, this is the demographic description. So I try to focus, right, there are more about 8 demographic factors like religion and so on, but since I only focus on the ethnic groups, so I just show you the gender and ethnic groups. All right, findings on the RQ1, okay, ethnocentrism, you can see the mean difference, right? So ethnocentrism among the 3 races, Malay, Chinese, and Indians, based on the mean value, yeah. So ethnocentrism among the Chinese is highest, right, 2.6, right, compared to Malay and followed by Indian, 2.0, yeah. And there is a strong significance, right? So between these 3 groups, right? That means the RQ1, right, or the hypothesis 1 is supported, right? There is a significant difference on ethnocentrism between 3 ethnic groups, yeah. Right, so this is a mean plot score on the level of ethnocentrism between ethnic groups, right? So based on the findings, right? And on the RQ2, right, we can see there is a negative relationship, right? So you can see negative 0.334, right? And it is a significant, right? The correlation is very significant between inter-ethnic contact and also ethnocentrism, but it has a negative relationship, right? So if you can see the scatter plot, okay, between ethnocentrism and inter-ethnic contact, it shows when there is, right? So this diagram shows that when there is a less inter-ethnic contact, the ethnocentrism level is high, right? So based on the scatter plot, yeah. Right, discussion, yeah. So there were a significant difference between ethnic groups on ethnocentrism. So this finding is in line with the findings by Jusang Bolong and also Arsaratnam, who found ethnocentrism was very strongly connected to the exclusion of ethnic out-group classmates and students, but showed less ethnocentric attitudes to in-group friends. Yeah. So, in a nutshell, in a multi-ethnic country like Malaysia, right, the need to foster unity and integration is vital, right? So therefore, the need to understand inter-ethnic challenges in creating multicultural society is also important, right? So this finding shows, right, in a way we help, right, relevant parties to embrace ourselves in creating sustainable multicultural society. So ethnocentrism is an important area of study, right, and it should be, right, continuously investigate this perspective. But there is a limitation in this study, all right, where you know, to find to be more holistic, right, we can actually include other sub-ethnic groups as well, because the focus of the study is only on the three main ethnic groups, Malay, Chinese, and Indian. But actually, it's also kind of a recommendation, all right, for future researchers, right, where we can actually include other sub-ethnics, right, to also find the holistic, with a holistic approach on the ethnocentrism concept, right? And also, all right, it is only limited to Penang, right? Students, undergraduates, right? So we don't know what is the sentiment of other undergraduates in other states in Malaysia, right? And perhaps, all right, we can also look at qualitative methods, right? Maybe we can conduct, right, you know, in-depth interview, right, with the students or undergraduates to actually find out, right, more, right, or what are the, you know, contributing factors, right, to ethnocentrism, right? So with that, I would like to end my presentation, and special thanks to FCCI KL for giving these wonderful opportunities. So if you have any question, if you are interested, right, if some of you interested in doing research on mainly on human communication or intercultural communication, I don't mind, you know, you can email me, right, so we can, you know, work together in future research, right? So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muthu. So again, Q&A now. So any questions or comments from the floor? My colleagues, students, and Prof, do you have any question or comment?
So basically, I think it's a good research study. Thank you, Mr. Muthukumaran. I think it's
welcome, Prof.
I think there should be further research related to that. For example, you see there are a lot of intermarriages among, so maybe the next research could be focused on those with mixed race,
mixed
parentage, to see what their opinions and make comparison with those who are specifically from one ethnic group. Yeah. I think it's a good study, and Malaysia certainly needs this kind of study, because we are supposed to be a multiracial society, and we are an integrated society. We are not an assimilated society. Yes. That's another issue. Good job.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. May I invite Miss Tan from Para campus? You have a question or comment, right? Because just now I saw you on the mic.
Yes, thank you for noticing it. Just a comment. Thank you so much, Mr. Muthu, for sharing your very interesting and elaborate research, very deep insight. Good job.
Thank you.
Looking forward to more from you. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Tan. So, any further question or comments? No more question and comment? Okay, then we thanks again, Mr. Muthu. So we proceed to next panel. And now comes the final presentation in panel 1, which is an analysis on internship experience among communication students, done by Dr. Azlina Boheran Nudin, Ms. Tan Sun Ching, and Puan Jaharato Mathia Azizu from TAUC Perak branch campus. And now it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Tan and Puan Jaharatu to present the paper, Communication Students Internship Experience and Analysis of Student Competency. And Dr. Azrina will respond to questions and comment later. Now, please, Ms. Tan and Puan Jaharatu, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Chang, and good morning to Professor Dr. Muhammad Adnan, keynote speaker, Puan Dearna, Dean of FCCI, my esteemed colleagues and fellow students. Okay, I'll just try and present. Representing Perak Branch Campus, we are honored to present our research paper titled Communication Student Internship Experience in Malaysia and Analysis of Students' Competency. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was assigned to guide our students for internship last year, I was super excited. Here was a chance to help diploma students, 35 of them, from internship placement right up to the submission of their final reports. But my excitement was short-lived. During one particular internship session, I received a call from a company supervisor saying he was so furious with our students for sneaking out during working hours that he was going to punch the student in the face. Early this year, I was again assigned to help with internship. This time I prayed, please let there be no more hiccups. Unfortunately, an intern was terminated for fighting with a client and threatening the company supervisor. But at the other end of the spectrum, there were many company supervisors who heaped praises on our students, saying that they were very confident, extremely proactive, and eager to learn. So as you can see, Kampa is not as dull as many may imagine. There's no shortage of interesting stories here. Over the decades, there have been mounting evidence of internship benefits, such as better employment opportunities, improvement in academic performance, and development of non-academic aptitude like interpersonal skills. Internship, in a sense, is a symbiotic relationship between students, the university, and the employers. According to the American Center for Research on College Workforce Transition, students can get real-world job experience and develop professional networks. Educators get their students opportunities to put theory into practice, and employers get inexpensive and educated workers that may become new employees. Therefore, it's not surprising to see internship becoming an important component of most mass communication programs in universities. For many higher education institutions, integrating internships into their academic programs is synonymous with enhancing graduate competency and subsequently graduate employability. We know that more and more employers are seeking career-ready graduates. In a way, internship provides foundational preparation for students to join the workforce as they get the opportunity to apply in-class knowledge and training to real physical or virtual work setting. So, ladies and gentlemen, what exactly is an internship? The literature on internship is abundant, but there seems to be no perfect definition as it comes in many forms and characteristics. Siopiatis defines, in general terms, internship as a short-term practical work experience in which students receive training and gain experience in a specific field or career area of their interest. In our study, our definition of internship is a structured short-term supervised work experience within an approved communication-related agency, company, or organization. Today, it is not enough to merely possess a university diploma or degree. Employers demand graduates who can fulfill market expectations. COCO states that internship programs can reinforce technical competencies, improve analytical skills, and most important, foster an awareness of the constant need for adaptability and creativity in a changing world. We believe nowhere is this truer than in 2020. Many companies and organizations have shifted from traditional brick and mortar offices to remote work arrangements. Today, there is an even greater need for students to innovate and adapt. So, what is competency? In very basic terms, competency refers to the ability to accomplish a task well. However, similar to the term internship, the definition of competency has often been challenged. In our study, we adopted the definition by Du Bois, which states competency as the knowledge, skills, mindsets, and the like that when used alone or combined result in successful performance. That being said, our study aims to explore students' competencies during internship. We want to find out what were new knowledge and or skills acquired, if any. The findings of this research will disclose which competencies were attained and which were not. Also, it will enable higher education institutions to maintain, amend, or develop programs that make students more competitive. This research will also help communication companies understand students' limitations and strengths during internship. Ladies and gentlemen, with my introduction completed, I now have the pleasure to hand over the next part to my esteemed co-researcher, Puan Zaharatul Mardia, who will present the methodology and finding. Thank you, and over to you, Mardia.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tan. So now, allow me to present our methodology and research findings. Yeah. So I will start first with our methodology. So our research applied the qualitative method by analyzing 5 internship students' report, and all the report has been selected from communication students from TAUC Perak branch campus that went for their internship training in early 2020. Right? Okay, moving on to our findings. All right, so based on the content analysis of the report, 2 themes were explored and 8 sub-themes have emerged. So I'll explain the first one, which is on knowledge. Yeah. So under knowledge as the main theme, we have actually identified 3 sub-themes. Yeah. So the first one is actually on communication and media industry. All right. So here, through their internships training, students are able to gain a deeper understanding of the practices in the communication industry. As stated in one of the student report, he actually stated that the internship has given him the opportunity to learn and observe the professional standards required in the communication and media industry. Yeah, so we can see that the students actually are able to get deeper understanding of the communication and media industries and the media industry. Sorry. All right. Moving on is the occupational knowledge. So through the internship training, students also are able to gain new knowledge through the practical assignments given to them throughout their internship training. Yeah. And the third sub-theme is technology orientation. All right. So for technology orientation, based on the reports, all students, based on the data analysis, all students mentioned that their internship experience has enabled them to learn new technology that are directly relevant to the industry and also their future career. Right. Moving on, the second main theme from our research is on skill competency. Yeah. So under skill competency, the first sub-theme is on social networking skill. So throughout their internship training, all students shared in their reports that they have learned practical ways to manage various social media applications and online platform used by their respective companies and organizations. So since our internship students, the data collected are all based from students that went for internship training in communication department. So they are able to be exposed to the practical way on how to manage and use social media apps, right? Moving on is on research skills. Students are also able to enhance their research skills during their internship training. Basically, most of them, they actually did a lot of research on customer research, for their respective organization. Okay. All right, next is on media relation skills. Okay, so for a communication student, media relation is something that is very familiar and close to them. So all students reported that they managed to improve their media relation skills in various degrees during their internship training, right? Okay, so the next sub-theme is actually on writing skills. Based from our findings, all reports indicated that all interns are able to enhance their writing skills during their internship training. So among the tasks assigned to them is definitely on writing skills. Okay. So last but not least, the final sub-theme is actually on communication skills. Yeah. So most internship reports highlighted that they managed to enhance their communication skills throughout their internship training. So as stated in one of the report, the student mentioned that I have been trained by my supervisor on the communication skills and techniques when providing the information to our clients in calls in order to transmit the accurate messages to the clients in both Chinese and English language. So we can see that the students are actually able to practically practice, how to communicate and even enhance their communication skills during their internship training. All right. So basically that is our findings. I will now pass to Dr. Azlinda to give the conclusion of our research. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pamardia. Okay, so this is the last part of our presentation today. So from the finding of our study, all right, we can conclude that the student believe that their internship training supplemented their academic experience. So they are not only able to polish their knowledge and skill in a various area throughout their internships, but also they pick up a new knowledge and skill along the way, right? So for example, like occupational knowledge, where they can get this knowledge during their classes, right? So these competencies were achieved as a result of the variety of tasks and responsibility that has been given to them during their internship. From this research, right, we can conclude that in internship experience present an opportunity for our students to achieve and acquire competence primarily in knowledge and skill for their future advantage. So with that, thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, my colleagues from Perak branch campus. So we have times. So actually we have ample times. So any question or comments from the floor? You can just on your mic if you have any question or comment to this presentation. So no comment, no questions, all clear? So last call, huh? 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much again.
Thank you very much.
To my colleagues from Perak branch, and thank you very much to all the panelists in panel 1. Okay, and then no further wait. So now we proceed to second panel of presentation. And in this panel, in this second panels, we have 3 students from Thai UC advertising program, and they will present their papers on advertising issues. And the first panelist in this advertising section is Ms. Chong Zhi-Qing, and her topic is impact of celebrity advertising on purchase intention among young adults. So Zhi-Qing, are you ready? And please, the next 10 minutes are yours. Zhi-Qing, you can now to present your paper.
All right, hold on, let me just present. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So hi, good morning to Dean Ms. Dearna, Deputy Dr. Tamuju, Professor Adnan and moderators, lecturers and my fellow friends. So I'm Chong Zhi-Qing from Bachelor of Communication in Advertising. So today I'm going to talk about my research on the topic impact of celebrity advertising on purchase intention among young adults. So as we all know, celebrity is an individual who possess the public recognition, and they use this recognition to promote products, brands, and services through advertisements and marketing campaigns. So the use of celebrity in advertising can actually attract the attention of the surrounding world, including the consumers and the traders. And they're able to enhance the message in the advertisements, at the same time improve the brand image. So the influence of celebrity in advertising actually have been researched over the years, because it's been commonly used in the strategy of increasing the product awareness to the public. But there's lack of information and research that's focused on the consumer in Malaysia, particularly young adults. So in this research, we want to find out if a celebrity spokesperson is able to encourage a young adult to purchase a product that they endorse, or they have no effect to little effect at all. And young adults nowadays, we all know that they grow up with the exposure with of various cultural, popular culture through different platforms like social media and TV. So it's not a surprise when they are fond of a different culture. And we want to find out that whether the majority of young adults now, they prefer a Western celebrity or an Asian celebrity in their advertisements. And followed by that, we want to know if the selection of the nationality of a celebrity spokesperson have any influence on the brand selection of young adults. Which is my 3 research objectives. The first one is to identify the impact of celebrity spokesperson in advertising on purchase intention among young adults. The second is to find out the preference of young adults on Asian celebrity spokesperson or Western celebrity spokesperson. And the third one, to examine the influence of the chosen Asian or Western celebrity on the brand selection. Moving on to the literature review and theoretical implication. So on the topic of the effect of celebrity spokesperson on young adults' purchase intentions, according to the study of Pililian and Gregulunate in 2015, so they have stated that non-celebrity spokesperson does not lead to enhance the level of consumer purchase intention. And on the other hand, celebrity spokesperson actually forms a positive attitude towards the advertisement and the brand. So in order to increase the consumer purchase intention. And according to Faisal et al. In 2019, he states that the consumer purchase intention will increase as the celebrity attractiveness will attract the consumers to buy the product. So overall, celebrity endorsed advertisement is able to lead to brand recognition because they are attractive, so they are more eye-catching. And in this way, they are able to raise awareness in order to generate a higher purchase intention. And the stimulus organism response model, or in short, SOR model. So this model is to explain the effect of a source attractiveness. And in this research, it's the celebrity spokesperson. So they have a three phase. The first one is stimuli. So in this phase, it's the advertisement and the publicity that's able to influence the young adults' emotions, whether they feel like it's attractive or it's not attractive. The organisms is where they started to form their opinions and thoughts to the celebrity and the brand, whether they have positive or negative. And the last one is response, where it's young adults consumers' overall buying intention. And it depends on the stimuli and the organism, whether they are happy, whether they feel attracted to the advertisement and the celebrity spokesperson, and in order to enhance their buying intention. Next to quantitative research method was used in this research, and I used survey method for data collection. So structured survey questionnaire in Google form with open-ended and closed-ended questions was sent to 100 qualified respondents. And I used a purposive non-probability method to find my samples. And the target population for this research is 100 young adults aged between 18 to 30 years old that lives in Klang Valley with at least high school education so that they can understand the questions and able to answer it. So to identify the impact of celebrity spokesperson advertising on the purchase intention among young adults, there's 78% of the respondents, which is the majority, they've shown positive feedback that they think that their purchase intentions are influenced by the celebrity spokesperson that they liked. So it proved that the young adults' purchase intention is directly influenced by the celebrity spokesperson that's shown in the advertisement. And it's proof that a celebrity spokesperson who have a loyal fan base, they're more likely to stimulate sales because their fans will buy the product that they endorse in order to show support. So the next one is to find out the preference of young adults on Asian celebrity spokesperson or Western celebrity spokesperson. There are also a majority of the respondents with 81% think that Selena Gomez, the Western celebrity, is more attractive. Then moving on to reliability, the more than half, about 77% of the respondents, they think that the Western celebrity, again, Selena Gomez, is more of a reliable celebrity compared to the Asian celebrity, Priyanka Chopra. So we can know that young adults, they actually find Western celebrity are more attractive and trustworthy compared to the Asian celebrity. So this can be explained as young adults are exposed to Western culture when growing up, like I mentioned before, they through social media and TV. So their aesthetic standard have been influenced since they're young. The last one is to examine the influence of the chosen Asian or Western celebrity on the brand selection. Just 62% of the respondents say that they will change their brand selection. They will switch to another brand if the brand change their original celebrity to another celebrity with a different nationality. So you can see here that young adults have a strong personality. They stand strong on the position where they will not tolerate when the company switch the celebrity spokesperson with another nationality that they do not prefer. In conclusion, we can know that celebrity spokesperson with a good image and a high level of likability, they will gain more fans. So it will bring positive perceptions and also increase the sales at the same time. And then through the findings just now, it proved that attractiveness is an important criteria where marketers want to choose a celebrity spokesperson to attract attention and also to form a positive perceptions. And the last one, young adults, they will change their perceptions towards a brand from positive to negative. And when the company when they switch the celebrity spokesperson to a different nationality that they do not like, it will cause them to change their brand selection. So marketers need to be careful when they plan to switch their celebrity spokesperson. And the significance of this research is that it's able to give advertisers and marketers an understanding into the effectiveness of using celebrity in advertisement, especially when they're targeting young adults in Malaysia. And then it's a guideline, it's able to help marketers in the selection to choose the suitable advertising spokesperson for their advertising campaigns that target young adults to be effective. And the last one, because this research was conducted during COVID-19 pandemic, so the data collected was able to capture the latest perception and the preference of young adults during this period of time. That's all from me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ziqing. Very good time management. 10 minutes sharp. Okay, so may I invite questions and comments from the floor to Ziqing?
Yes, hi, Ziqing.
Hi. Yes.
Okay, there's an echo at the back.
Sorry.
Ziqing. No worries. Maybe, okay, I'll just ask you this question. You are a young adult. Are you in any way influenced to purchase based on these celebrity ads?
This is actually one of the reasons I want to do this research, because me, myself, of course, I have a celebrity that I adore, and even my friends around me, those are like hardcore fans. I can see the influence that the celebrity and the artists that they adore so much have bring so much influence to them, especially in their buying intention. They would just buy any product that that have the face of the celebrity that they like. So for me, myself, I think that I'm not that hardcore fans. So it just makes me wonder if any other young adults besides me and my friends have different situations like they do and me.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good to know.
Oh, sorry, I off my mic. So Singlu, Singlu,
Yes.
yes,
Sorry.
sorry, I did not notice my mic was off. Actually, just now I was calling you. Because I noticed you raised your hand just now. So do you have any question?
Yes, I have one question is about just now the research. The presenter showed that she compared between the Western and Asian celebrities, and the celebrity she used is Selena Gomez and an Indian a celebrity from India. My question is, the result of do you think that the result of the research is just is influenced by Western and Asian celebrity, or just because the people who fill the questionnaire, uh, maybe they did not recognize or know the celebrity from India. If we change the celebrity, like for the Chinese, maybe they more recognize Korean celebrity, or from do you think that when change the celebrity in the question now, the result of the research will be different?
Yes, allow me to share my screen again. Okay, so this was actually one of the points I have written in my research report. So this is one of the things that I noticed after I conducted this research and the survey, that a lot of people might not know the Asian celebrity that I chosen, which who was Priyanka Chopra, because I only did a pre-test to my friends around me, and they appear to know them. So it was one of the limitation, and the suggestion that I put in was to use more of a celebrity with higher recognition, so that the respondents actually know both of the celebrity that I compare. And yes, I think that if I changed the Asian celebrity to K-pop star, maybe that have higher recognitions, the result might change, because according to these questions, whether they would change their brand selection if the company changed the original celebrity to a different nationality. There are high percentage, 41% of the respondents say that they will change because they prefer Asian celebrity. So yes, the results might be different if this research was done with celebrity with higher recognitions in future for future research.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Singlu, do you have any other questions?
No more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Singlu. Singlu is a student from Media Studies program. So any other questions or comments from the floor? So if no further question, then we proceed to next panelist. We have the Miss Connie Tan Hui Ying, who is also a student from the advertising program, to present her paper, The Effectiveness of Social Media Advertising on Young Adults Buying Behavior. So now, Connie, are you ready? You have 10 minutes to present your paper now. Connie, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay.
Can you see the slide?
Yes, I can see. You can make, but you can make it a full page.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so good morning to Dean Miss Dearna, Deputy Dean Dr. Tamuju, moderator, lecturers, and my fellow friends. So my name is Connie Tampuying. I'm from Bachelor of Communication in Advertising, Year 3 Sem 2 students. So my research title is The Effectiveness of Social Media Advertising on Young Adults' Buying Behavior. So with the rapid growth of technology, people are now able to access social media at any time and anywhere. So majority of us are using the social media daily for different purposes. And the social media is getting popular compared to the traditional advertising. Therefore, it makes me wanted to research on this topic. Move on to the research background. So as we know that advertisement had existed in a long time before the internet grew, the traditional media like newspaper, television, magazine, and TV are the choice of advertising platform. However, the rising of technology, new media, which is the social media as well, had slowly taken over the traditional media. So in this era, most of the young adults and the brands are choose to use social media for advertising. So what is social media advertising? So it is a form of digital advertising that serves paid ads to the target audience using the social media platform. For example, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube as well. So according to Rowley 2016, their finding found that 94% of the Malaysian discover products and brands on Facebook, and 62% of them make on a purchase after they discover it. So it indicates that the brands actually using social media to promote their product. And besides, KOL, which is key opinion leader, are used to engage with the target audience. The brands are using to engage with the audience in order to promote their products to the target audience. Besides, their findings found that people spend time on social media. So it is a good opportunity for brands, advertisers to target the audiences who have high usage of social media as well. So for this research, the subject that I choose to study is fast food, and the brand selection is McDonald's. So why I'm choosing McDonald's is because it is a well-known brand in Malaysia. I think most of us know this brand. And second is that it has a diverse advertising strategy. The McDonald's are not only focused on the traditional advertising media, but also put emphasis on the social media as well. Move on to the research problems. So there are 3 research problems. First is the researcher are curious about, do social media advertising effective to affect young adults' buying behavior on fast food? Second will be, what makes the fast food advertisement on social media stands out? Third will be, do the key opinion leader affects young adults' buying behavior as well? So move on to the research objectives. So there are 3. First will be to find out the effectiveness of social media advertising on young adults' buying behavior on fast food. Second will be to study the elements on fast food social media advertising which affects the young adults' buying behavior. The last objective is to identify how the which is the key opinion leader, affects young adults' buying behavior. To continue with it, so the literature review that I choose to, which more prominent to this research, is the effectiveness of social media advertising in creating engagement with the audiences. So traditional advertising used by advertisers are the newspaper, magazine, and radio, but right now the new trend is the social media advertising. And based on the research of Young, Ling, Cousin, and Rose in 2016, they found that the high level of engagement with audiences can be measured by the click rate and return of investment. So click rate and the return of investment, actually it reflects the audience level of interest towards the product. So which means that when the advertisement have a high click rate, which means the audiences actually are interested to the product. Therefore, they click into the advertisement to have a look to find out the more information about the product. And engagement such as share, like, repost, and comment are considered as the engagement with the audiences. Therefore, it can conclude that the effective social media advertising can create high engagement with the audiences. For the research, the methodology that used is quantitative methods, and the survey questionnaires are being used to collect the data, and convenience sampling methods are applied to select the samples, and 100 of the respondents are collected through the survey. And who are the target respondents? They are young adults who are aged 18 to 35 years old, based in Klang Valley and aware of the social media advertising. So now let's talk about the data analysis. So the research have found that majority of the young adults agree that they are usually influenced to buy the fast food immediate after watching the social media advertising, which consists of 57%. So it proves that the social media advertising influence young adults to purchase the fast food as well. And next will be the second findings will be the majority of the young adults prefer watch mouth-watering scenes in fast food advertisement, and it consists of 74% compared to the other selections such as realistic, natural, fresh, and colorful scenes in the advertisement. The reason why the young adults choose mouth-watering scene instead of the other selection is because it's attractive and it can arouse the appetite of them and leads them to purchase the product as well. The last finding will be majority of the young adults agree that they refers to KOL Cole's review before to make purchase decision, which consists of 64%. So what are the Cole's review? Cole's review actually are the experience of the Coles they share about the experience, feel, taste after they use the product. So they make the review in terms of visual, video, or even though text on their social media platform. Thus, it influences the young adults before they make any purchase decision. So there are few theory applied in this research. One of it is IDA model. So let's go through its stages. First stages will be attention. The finding found that the advertisement that introducing a new product or new flavor do attract young adults' attention to continue with the advertisement. Second stage will be interest. So the finding found that the visual elements in the advertisement, such as simple layout, short video, and the indirect selling format, can gain their young adults, gain their interest. Therefore, it leads them to finish watching the advertisement, or leads them to have the intention to purchase the product. The third stages will be desire. So the mouth-watering fast food scene can create their desire and leads them to purchase the product as well. The last stages will be action. The finding found that young adults do purchase the McDonald's after watching the advertisement. Therefore, it shows that the advertisement has the influence to purchase the young adults to purchase the product after watching the advertisement. To conclude that, social media is the new trend for brands and advertisers to promote their products. As I found that the young adults are frequently on the social media and aware of the social media advertising. The social media has created a potential for brands and advertisers to promote their product, and it engage with the audiences. And the factors like visual elements and code on the social media have influenced the young adults to make the purchase. Therefore, the research is significant for the current market, whereby it finds out the visual preference of young adults on social media advertising, and it identifies how the code can affect the young adults on their buying behavior. So that's all for my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Thank you very much. And okay, it is another section for Q&A. So, any question or comment? Any question or comment for Connie? She's waiting for the question and comment. So if you have any question or comment, please just on your mic So no question, no comment. So okay, since there's no comment and no question, then we proceed to next panels. And the third and the last panelist for this advertising panel is Miss Sherin Alvina, anak perempuan Patrick George. And she, of course, she is also a student from advertising program, TAIUC, and she will present the influence of gender bias advertising on the discrimination toward women in the Klang Valley. Sharing, are you here? If you are here, then you can start now. You have 10 minutes to present your paper.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Okay.
Yeah, please.
Let me just present my screen. Okay, can see, right?
Are you sharing your PowerPoint?
Yes.
But I see nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah.
Hold on, yeah.
No worry, take your time.
Okay, now can see?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, very
so
good.
I can start, yes? Okay. Hi and good morning to our Dean, Miss Dearna Key, Deputy Dean, Dr. Tang Muju, keynote speaker, Professor Adnan, moderators, lecturers, and my fellow friends. I'm Shireen, and today I will be sharing my study on the influence of gender-biased advertising on the discrimination towards women in the Klang Valley. So without further ado, let's just get started. We will begin with the background of the study. So as the advertising industry grows, we would also think that the approaches used in advertising would also change over time. But the reality is that despite so, some approaches remained unchanged. And when I mention unchanged, I mean the approach of gender biases. When we hear the word gender stereotype, we often always just automatically think of women as the prime subject. Well, of course, this is not foreign in our heads because when we think of gender stereotypes, we see women being portrayed as independent or powerless or even submissive, most especially when it comes to being compared with men. So with men dominating and managing the industry, as we all know, these portrayals eventually become images that are tailored to suit these men's preferences. And over time, they actually have been more and more believed to be natural behavior. People are adapting to the fact that women are in fact what we see in the media. So what exactly are the objectives of this research and what are the questions that we want the answers to? I have highlighted 3 objectives in my entire research. The first being to determine the types of discrimination faced by women in Malaysia, particularly in the Klang Valley, making the question, what are the types of the discrimination that these women face based on their age group and based on their different employment status. The second objective is to identify the relationship between gender-biased advertisements and the discrimination towards women. And the question being, what is the relationship between these 2 elements? And the last objective is to find out the extent to which these women in this group use the existing and current platforms to voice out the discriminations they see. And of course, the question being whether or not they use these existing platforms. Moving on to literature review. So where literature review is concerned, the 2 concepts I've highlighted, which would be most relatable to my research, is firstly, the perceptions on old-fashioned representations, and secondly, liabilities of harassment. Where perceptions on old-fashioned representations is concerned, it is significantly important to note that the approach of gender biases, although it's even though it's quite visible today, it's actually growing to become more and more irrelevant. This could possibly be because of how people are becoming more educated, or even more natural reasons such as how it's so cluttered and how people are becoming more numb and desensitized towards this kind of advertisements. As for liabilities of harassment, shockingly enough, can arise from multiple POVs. As I've highlighted in my slides, one example would be Mary Kane, an athlete who's recently come up with a YouTube video who went viral, actually notioned the fact that she developed eating disorders and mental illnesses because of her man coaches that was with her in a Nike contract. They have restricted her from eating too many things just to achieve a certain ideal athlete body. So she notioned the fact that these kind of problems can be solved by having more women in power. So other than that, gender discrimination, specifically harassment, can also arise from even the basis of a dress code. Yes, dress code that require women to put on high heels, shorts, tight skirts, can also lead to multiple negative consequences. Moving on to theoretical framework, in my entire research, I have used 3 theories, which are the feminist theory, the conflict theory, and spiral of silence. I have worked with all 3 theories, but the one that I've chosen to present today is the conflict theory, as it covers almost the whole scope of the research. In the conflict theory, there are 4 assumptions, and out of the 4 assumptions in this theory, which are competition, revolutionary, structural inequality, and war, the one that I used in this research is competition. As I mentioned earlier, the advertising industry is growing, meaning that many of these advertising companies, they strive to sell the most and they strive to be the best in this case, which means going through any means possible, going through any extent possible. And of course, by this, I mean even to the point of selling women bodies and physical attraction to garner sales and attention. So according to this theory by Karl Marx, these people who have also garnered wealth from these approaches, meaning these advertising industries who are so powerful, maintain it. They want to maintain this power, and they do it without considering the suppression of the poor, without considering the suppression of the powerless. And in this case, we are talking about the suppression of the women community. For this research, I have used a quantitative method, specifically a questionnaire. So from the questionnaire, I have highlighted 3 different parts: gender discrimination, advertising, and voicing out. So for the questionnaire, in terms of gender discrimination, it is easy to conclude, as for the first figure we see, that nearly the majority of women in Klang Valley have in fact encountered discrimination, whether directly or indirectly. They are still positioned as subordinate despite the economic developments in the country and despite the rise of awareness in women empowerment. When I speak about rise of awareness in women empowerment, we can see this from how the internet is evolving today and how we see many PSAs being pointing out. For example, posts on International Women's Day about how people are sharing their experience in women marches, and etc. Out of all the categories of discrimination that we see in figure 2, which is on the right side, these are options in the questionnaire that I've provided. And the one that I'd like to highlight most here is how the ability-based gender discrimination is most prominent. This is because of how ability-based gender discrimination can happen at almost any time and at any place. So for example, in our workplaces, education institutions, and surprisingly, even in the comfort of our own home. In the light of the second part, advertising, as you can see on the first figure, the answers are majority skewed towards respondents either agreeing or strongly agreeing to this impact of stereotypical advertisements, concluding that these bodily images of women we see on the media actually allows for society to belittle, to degrade women humanity, which also opens pathways to, well, sexual violence and sexual aggression. On the second figure, we see that, interestingly, majority has agreed that without these inaccurate portrayals of women, gender discrimination can in fact be reduced. So in other words, would also mean that the ads that are considered more receptive and more acceptable now are ads that do not conform to old-fashioned representations. And as for the last part, in terms of voicing out, where we dived to understand more about how their behavior is skewed towards voicing out. Here, the question is skewed specifically towards platforms that may or may not be popular among the society. And from here, we can conclude that their awareness level is possibly influenced by their demographics, in which their lives are centered by the city center. So what makes this information significant is that the women community in the Klang Valley have, in fact, safe platforms to voice out in the case of any discrimination, most especially severe ones. This would also serve as a safe zone should they like to keep higher government officials, for example, the police, from weighing in on your cases. So to conclude, the most prominent key finding has been uncovered, which is that the gender discrimination of women in Malaysia is in fact contributed and influenced by the gender stereotypical or gender biases advertisements in the media. And because this topic is so prominent, obviously, it's more than just prominent, it's significant, it's popular, it is interpreted that women are actually forced into becoming or behaving or being treated as to whom they are advertised or as to whom we see them on the media. Most especially towards growing individuals who have no other source of information besides the media, in which they seek for reference, in which they seek for info, and in which they seek for idolatry. But even with this rather unfortunate conclusion towards the women community, interestingly, media consumers are now much more critical and they are not as naive as they were, especially towards the content that they come across, them being more aware of what is ethically or what is socially and what is morally acceptable. This statement, of course, we will need to pay it forward towards the internet and how many people are beginning to empower women and standing up against these sorts of discrimination that they face. So in more specific terms, this research is able to tell the problems of gender bias discrimination while also offering sorts of alternatives that can compromise and that can solve existing societal and advertising industrial issues faced by multiple affected parties like the women, advertising industry, and the society as a whole. That would be all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you for your presentations. So we have 5 minutes for Q&A. So may I invite questions and comments from the floor? Any question, any comment to this interesting topic? I think it is from the perspective of feminism. Am I right? Sherry?
Yes, correct.
But what? Okay, any question? Any comment?
Hi, Sherry. Dr. Chang, can I say something?
Yes, sure.
All right. Yeah, I think it's a very good job, Sharon, for you to do this gender studies for the advertising perspective. Can I actually ask what is your opinion for the futures of the advertisement and also advertising, and what kind of the role of the women are going to play in the future advertisement, you feel?
Personally, in my opinion, we can also see it actually kind of happening right now, where certain advertisements or even in simpler terms, let's say women role in a particular movie or in a particular show where they give a more, a better light for women, such as them being bosses or them being high up, a little bit more superior towards the society and not just often seen as victims or often seen as people who need help or people who are in distress. So the future of the advertising when it comes to women can also feature along the same lines of having women being more empowered rather than them being complete opposite, because these kind of ads are actually being more socially acceptable today.
Yeah, so I noticed also like some of the advertisement right now is making women looks better right now, like more independence, you know, so as well as a movie. So I guess probably, yeah, in your future studies, we can focus on all these areas, like maybe comparison of the traditional role of women in advertising and also the modern role of women in advertising. Maybe it will make us to see the, you know, the progress of the feminism. Yeah, I think my humble opinion for that. By the way, I think it's a very good job. Thank you very much, Sharon. Thank you for sharing.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Chang. I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kate. So, any other questions or comments? No question anymore. Okay, then thanks sharing. And now thank you very much to all panelists in panel 2. So we are now going to proceed to next panel, and which is the final panel in this morning sections. And for these final panels in the morning section, we switch our channel to have a look on some movies that 3 students from TAUC broadcasting program will share with us. Okay, I find that the topics are quite interesting. And now I would like to invite Mr. Lam Wai Jian to present his papers, The Author Theories of Quentin Tarantino's Films, a case studies of Perf Fiction's 1994, Kill Bill series 2003 to 2004, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood 2019. Wai Jian, please, you have 10 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Chung. So still morning. So a very good morning to Puan Dianaki, Professor Dr. Muhammad Adnan bin Hashim, our moderator, Dr. Chan Teck Peng, lecturers and fellow panelists. So good morning, everyone. So hi, I'm Lam Wai Jian, or you can call me James. And today I'm going to present my paper, The Author's Theory of Quentin Tarantino Films, and it is a case studies of the Pulp Fictions, Kill Bill series, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So everything we start with the backgrounds about this film industry. So before the 1950s, I will put the example in the US, the Hollywood movie industry. It is pretty heavy influenced by the star systems. The American star system, as you know, which is before in this period, stars are actually more popular than the directors. So every movie, such as maybe James Dean has features in the film, people will say, "Oh, it's a James Dean film." It wouldn't say that it's the director film or some sort of it. But things change in the mid 1950s, where a bunch of the French author, which making this French movie journals called Cahiers du Cinéma. So one of the guy and later on become the director himself, Francois Truffaut, has made a statement, a face, the policies of the authors, which is argues that films reflects the personal visions of the directors. So if the filmmakers had his signature styles and a theme he or she consistently uses, and it can be felt throughout the outcomes of the film. Now that is the moment where people start to realize, oh, film is actually the expressions of the director, and they should be having the title of the directed film. Later on, this author theory has moved to US, and this journal authors called Andrews series has released notes on the author theories in 1962, which concrete the criteria to become one of the author directors. So he stated that to become an author director, you have to accomplish technical competence, which having the stylish creative control. So regarding the directing methods, the script writing, some sort of cinematography and editing, this director has certain creative control to accomplish technical competence. The second one is this director should have its own personal style on these multiple productions elements. And the third one, in his or her film, there should be mixed with certain interior meanings, which being recognized by the people. So we need to talk about the subject of this this research, which is Quentin Tarantino, one of my favorite film directors. So he has started his feature films journey in 1992, where the film Reservoir Dogs has been released. Then later on, some of this iconic film of his, Pulp Fictions, Kill Bill, later on there's Inglourious Basterds, and the latest one, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, has been released and become one of the most celebrated film directors in Hollywood and throughout the whole world. However, his contradictories about being the auteur theories, it's like people are arguing whether he should or should not being called as an auteur director. So for the research objectives, that is two. The first one is to discover Quentin Tarantino's significant style in the film productions elements, who all this become his personal stand and the effects towards the film industry later on. The second one is to argue whether Quentin Tarantino shall be called an auteur according to the classic auteur theory. And it leads to two research questions as well. What are Quentin Tarantino's significant style in various productions elements, and which are able to create an effect towards the film industries by reviewing these three film works, which is the film just being mentioned previously. And the second question, has Quentin Tarantino reached the criteria to become an auteur in the perspective of classic auteur theory? So in order to familiar with auteur theory and Quentin Tarantino himself, so there are certain literature's review has been done. The first articles, which is characteristics of Quentin Tarantino style by Luca Murray. So the strengths I find from this article first is easy in terms of the interpretations, which is good for the first-time reader to understand the content. And the second strength, while it using simple language, it do have in-depth investigations towards Quentin Tarantino and about the postmodernism and the independence film industry towards this director. But I found out two weaknesses as well. The first one, it does not investigate Tarantino's himself about the status of auteur. So it doesn't provide a viewpoints of the authorships of the Quentin Tarantino. Second weakness, it solely covers the elements of screenwriting and music, but if is overlooked the directing part and the cinematography part. The second article's Genre, Justice, and Quentin Tarantino by Eric Blake. So it is a very good article to discuss about his directed crime cinema movies, and also has good enough analysis on multiple films. For information, Quentin Tarantino has made 9 films for his 9 feature films for his life. So most of them being covered in the article as well. However, the first weakness is quite complex to read, and second weakness is it doesn't investigate about the author status. The third articles, author theories and its implications by Annie Chankri. So now this is the articles talk about the author theory. So the first strength, it do have the author theory analysis using the real life local Bengali film industry context. So which is easy for me to put this context towards my research. And second strength, it do covers the author theories from its history to impact, and also has the different viewpoints of arguments with different kinds of author theory. However, the weakness is the discussions on the Bengalese cinema makes it difficult for non-Bengali cinema goers like me related to the context. And second weakness is it does not analyze Quentin Tarantino himself and the other Hollywood's directors. So last but not least, a case studies on film authorship, exploring the theoretical and practical sides in film productions by David Drake. So the first strength for this article, it provides different viewpoints about author theory. It brings in the analysis of the real life productions and the European film productions as well. The second strength, it gives comprehensive criticisms on authorships, right? Using the writer theories and collaborative theory. However, the weakness is the article's opinions on the author theory is rather one-sided towards a disagree and believe author theory will bring problem to the film productions. So it's not quite center. And the second weakness is it also doesn't feature Quentin Tarantino in the article. Now let's jump to the theoretical frameworks. So two theories has been used in the research. Author theory, which is emphasized the films are dominated by the personal view of the directors. So a film director is considered an author once it been announced as accomplished competence in technical aspect of the filmmaking. It has its own personal style, and last but not least, the interior meaning he or she being put in his own film. The second one is the historical revisionism. Although this theory is more towards the political side, however, for Quentin Tarantino, this film directors has used some kind of these techniques to do about this storytelling, which is he would use real life situations, for example, World War II, and put some little bit of plot twist and makes the history different. And that is one of the personal style he owns in his filmmaking. So that's why there are these two theories in the research. So to carry on this research, I'm using this quantitative research, which is content analysis. Is I one by one to count each element in 3 selected films below: Pulp Fiction, Kill Bill Volume 1 and Volume 2, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So, and the productions elements have been investigated. It's 4. The first one is about the directing, the script writing, the cinematography, and last but not least, the music being used in the film. All right, so this is a coding sheets of this content analysis results. So as you can see, these are the spots. These are, for example, Pulp Fiction has 18 spots that have been discovered has the significant styles of Quentin Tarantino in directing. There's 8 in script writing, the 7 in cinematography, and music in 20. In Kill Bill Volume 1 and Volume 2, because it's 2 films being merged together, but they are in the same series, so they consider a lot in directing and music. And Once Upon a Time in as the latest film of his, discovered there's a 15 spots of directing style. For script writing is about 2. Cinematography, there's a 7, and music, there are 20. So let's talk about Pulp Fiction. For what I found from this film, the directing part, Quentin Tarantino has its own taste when doing the crime film. And also he would use these elements, pastiche, which is in a bad way to say that is like to copy people's style, putting in the film, but he is trying to take people's what people did in other films and put it in his film with another style of it. And he has his own taste to put a hitman to read a lines of the Bible, Ezekiel 25:17, before doing the killing. All right. So the script writing parts, it's all the storyline is scattered around. So it's using this non-linear storytelling methods to brings up the climax and to brings up the feelings for the audience. Cinematography-wise, the most significant style he used is the trunk shot, with the trunk shot, which is putting the cameras in the trunks and shoot towards outside to show the expressions of the actors. There are fast pans and handheld camera movements in the films as well. And last but not least, the music that been applied in the film, which is his favorite. He usually like to use contemporary music for the background music, such as this Miserloy by Dick Dales, some of the songs from Chuck Berry's, and Surf Riders by the Lively Ones. The second film, Kill Bill's Volume 1 and Volume 2, it is in the midst of Quentin Tarantino film career, and he do something different, which is in directing part, he using this genre blender, which is try to mix different genre into this one film. So in this film, unlike other films would call themselves solely about comedy, romance, action, it consists of different elements. The grindhouse cinemas, and actions cinema, which consists of the B-class cinemas in America back then, even consists of the elements of anime and Asian cinema, for example, the Chinese martial arts elements inside. And the script writing for this film is also non-linear storytelling style, and to present the presence, the vengeance stories of Beatrix Kiddos. And the cinematography wise, it has certain iconic shots. For example, the truck shot he used, they are the crash zoom, and also the crash zoom, which is popular in the late 60s and 70s of the Chinese martial art film. And last but not least, the musics being included in the films, and some parts of the fighting scene, they even have some unique Tarantino's sound effects. It's sort of the homage towards the Chinese martial art film as well. And last but not least, the latest film of his, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It is another film it is another film other than Inglourious Basterds that use these historical revisions methods, which is to feature a real life events and turn it over into a different story. In this case, it used this Sharon Tate murders incidents in 1969. And for his style, he likes nostalgic things. So in the film, he remade the 1960s setting with the car radio, TV shows, the building, and the iconic characters, Sharon Tate and Steve McQueen. For the script writing style, it's kind of different like the others, because it no longer use the non-linear style, but it putting the storytelling in 3 dates, which is the 8th of February, 9th of February, and 6 months later, the day where Sharon Tate would be murdered. And the cinematography styles they are using the tracking shots. When they are driving, there are crane shots for the establishing shots for Roman Polanski house and also Rick Dalton house. And also they are using some crash, zoom, and pan. So for music, also use some 1960s style of music to feature the 1960s setting. So as a conclusion, Quentin Tarantino has a few significant styles in filmmaking. For example, perspective, genre blender, historic revisionisms, non-linear storytelling, and in the conversations of the character, it has robust dialogues, truck shots, and also crash zoom. So all these elements are putting in the examinations of the author theory, for example, accomplished technical competence. It is. Second, it has its own personal style when in terms of directing, script writing, music, and cinematography. It is. And the third one, it has mixed with the interior meanings in the film work. So, in my opinions, I suggest that Quentin Tarantino is an author-director, and this is my findings. And that's all for my presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wai Jian. So now the time is for Q&A again. So open for you all to pose any questions or to give your comments on his research. Ms. Kip.
Yes.
Please.
Thanks, Dr. Chang. Hi, Wan Jian, I love your title about Quentin Tarantino, which I think, yes, I agree with you. I think he is much more qualified to be an author-director. So I noticed just now you actually have the findings talking about different styles, technicals, and music things and shots that he used. So can I ask you which one is your favorable cinematography styles of Quentin Tarantino?
For the significant one, he used like nobody used before, and of course nowadays people being influenced by his works, so more or less they will use it. For significance, trunk shot, which is shooting from the car trunk, which is quite fun in a way. And also in the film, he usually use crash zoom, which is try to bring the intensify feelings of the characters. So I think this is one of the cinematography style that I love to see in his film.
All right, so you're saying you like his like cameras, shots, and things like that. Would you think like your your preference techniques will influence your future production?
Yes, yes, it's actually true. I think for my studies and even those I'm doing the video-based FYP, I quite heavily influenced by Quentin Tarantino directors about his cinematography. Some he daring using cinematography to express his message, and also his genres about actions and the aesthetics of violence that he being applied in most of his film, I guess all of his film, which is kind of influenced me in terms of the filmmaking for my own, and I guess it influenced others as well.
Yeah, I think so. And sometimes I feel this is good and bad when we so fond into one director, because the director's style will very directly or indirectly influence our presentation in our production. I will see like, I would think like maybe you will be one of the future directors. So I'll be like, thinking about maybe you should sometimes jump out of the box of like, the directors you like so much. Because I like about his black humors at the most, the way he twists the story, especially in the Inglourious Basterds. he make the Adolf Hitler die in that way is super, is so nice. And then many of his movies is super, and I think Uma Thurman's actually have the best performance in the Pulp Fiction and also Kill Bill. Somehow I noticed Quentin Tarantino also have witnessed like a little bit like gentle bias. I don't know whether you notice or not. He likes to make women very angry and very revengeful. So we can talk more about this topic, but I just want to say, well done, good work. So keep going on, and then maybe in the future we can talk more. Thanks a lot, Bajan. Thanks.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Miss Kit. Okay, Wai Jin, you have a question in the chat room.
May I know what is your favorite film that directed by him? My favorite film is the second film of him, directed in his whole life, which is Pulp Fiction in 1994. The reasons why is the first film of his is kind of a game changing in the Hollywood industry, and the second one I can say is it's like upgrade versions of that, because I like Pulp Fiction's the way, because it using non-linear storytelling, chapter by chapter. It doesn't sync together. However, when the time you finish all the films and you feel like, oh, this actually puzzle with the previous one, and it actually makes you being energetic towards the storytelling more than the convention step by step beginning to the end storytelling. And also I like the humor he makes in the conversations of the two characters, Jules, about these two hitmen. It is like a very simple conversations in the car talking about what is quarter pounder with cheese in French, and it is just simple conversation, and it's still iconic for now. So I can say, in terms of the directing, in terms of the script writing, by this director, I think it's amazing, and that's why I like Pulp Fiction. Yeah.
I got one question. This is Mr. Tuan here.
Hi, Mr. Chuan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Because you mentioned that you are a fan of Pulp Fiction and you're researching into Quentin Tarantino's movies, right? Let's say if you look at his trilogy of way back in the early 90s, right? Which, because some people say that he actually commercialized himself, he has actually made himself more witty. He has actually sold out. Do you think that is a fair say of Quentin Tarantino? Thank you so much.
Oh, you mean before the 1970s he has his own style, but right now he's some kind of a sellout. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, correct. What is your perspective? What is your view of that? When people say that he has actually gained his stature, he has gained popularity, he has won awards. He only lost to Forrest Gump back in '94, I think.
Yes.
Would you say that that he has actually sold out after the trilogy? That means his latest movie. How do you differentiate them? And what is your opinion when people say that he has actually commercialized himself? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. So, of course, in the 90s, the film he made has sort of a very strong personality to him. And of course, I don't say right now the latest film, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and others films does not do the same thing. What I can say, I believe he still follow his own taste, his own how to say, his own personality in terms of producing his own film. if I want to take his words to talk about this, I think if himself try to having this response about being a sellout, he would definitely says that it is his this is my film. I do whatever I like. Quite rude in the sense, but I think he still preserve the personality of his in his film work lah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I
Yeah.
wish you all the best when you make your first movie. Don't forget to invite us to your premiere. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chuan. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chuan. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I have one question?
Please.
Okay. It's very interesting that you are talking about the Hollywood industry, but I think what is your opinion about our local film industry? That we also have some directors who are also can be considered as when they're producing their films, that you can see the identity. People like Shamsul Yusof, even though Datuk Yusuf Haslam. In fact, we have our icon, Tan Sri Piramli, who is very good when he produces comedy films. Okay, my suggestion that maybe in future, if you can do some research on our local industry, local film industry. Okay, since that I can see that young generations nowadays, okay, we actually overrated, okay, or we actually praising the other industry like Korea, even in fact Bollywood and Hollywood and Hong Kong, which actually there are some of our films that are very good, okay, and in fact won a few awards in international level. In fact, Tan Sri Piramli has won Best Actor and Best Film for his film Anakku Sazali in Asia Pacific Film Festival. Okay, and another one is Sidi Oraza has won Best Actor for Sayang Salma, also in Asia Pacific Film Festival. Okay, maybe I think you should look forward on the local industry, and you are the younger generation that you are supposed to encourage. I hope that you can encourage the young generation to start to love our own local film than the other foreign film. Thank you. That is only my opinion.
Thank you, Puan Karina. I agree with what you're saying. For these assignments, it is based on my own favorites. So I try to choose Quentin Tarantino. But I do agree that nowadays, like students like us, or even perhaps we could have more opportunities to discover about the local cinema industry. And I do believe our local cinema industry still has hope, still have the potentials to shine. And it should be seen by the other countries, not just in Southeast Asia, but towards the international. I agree. Thank you for your opinion. Thank you very much.
Yes, I believe you also one of the best. You will be best director one day. Yeah. Okay. So I think before we start to admiring or looking on the, to glorify the foreign, we should start with our local first. Okay. Because I ask some of my students when I give trivia question, some of them don't even know who is Tan Sri Piramli. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, my colleagues and Wai Jin, for giving us a very in-depth and interesting discussion on the issues. For your information, that Wai Jin is actually the winner of the Best Director Awards from Talis University Film Festival 2019. So well done, Wai Jin.
Thank you.
So, any other questions?
Yeah, it's me, Wayne. Yeah, Jim.
Congrats, man.
Okay,
Congrats.
so Yeah, James, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Wei. Yeah.
Okay. So, your research is regarding your study about the Quentin Tarantino, right?
Yes.
So, I believe that I want to know your opinions. Like, let's say, in currently in Malaysia film industry, so that do you think that the style or whatever that you study from the Quentin Tarantino can be applicable in Malaysia film market?
I can say if let's say for the commercial wise, I believe this industry, these film communities in Malaysia, they are still tends towards the horror movie side, the very genre side, horror movies, action movies, and comedy movies. So about this styles of Quentin Tarantino, which put in aesthetics of violence and some sarcasms in the films. I can say that to be honest, maybe before the release it will be cut.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking that whether, I mean that usually that why we is so admired to the Hollywood film is because of the effects and also sometimes the content itself, and then most of the time that the content's being cut off because it's too controversial. So any other ways that do you think that the Quentin Tarantino style, or maybe that you have any idea to recommend that for yourself? So maybe how you can adapt or inspired from this Quentin Tarantino style, and then how you're going to develop into our local film industry.
So I can say that we can't like directly implement all these elements about this Quentin Tarantino styles towards our films yet, because maybe our
Oh, disconnected.
Yeah, we asked question until he.
Yeah, too many questions.
I think he lost his line already.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we asked too many questions.
YJ is back.
Maybe
Is it too
next
many
round.
questions, James? You unmute your mic, please. Unmute your mic.
Hi.
Yeah. Is it too many questions from us?
No. It automatically go. So I feel like back to your questions. I feel like all these elements, perhaps for the authorities wise or the audience wise, you can't force them to accept in the short periods of time. So I would say it will slowly go and do some tryouts in different films, and I guess for let's say for media literacy, even though how to look at the media, you also do need some education. So for the film culture, I think we should have some sort of a film fest, some workshop for the general people to have the sense of all this film, so they would willing to accept different kinds of film, not just Quentin Tarantino style, but styles from other countries. For example, Southeast Asia. Even though they are so nearby, but I don't think people are still. I would popularly watch their content yet. Films from Thailand, Vietnam. So slowly implement educations. I would say slowly have a try it out. I guess we're slowly towards the direction we want. Yeah.
See, good that you understand that we cannot force the audience to, to love or to like towards the productions.
They are still the boss, lah. Yeah.
Yeah, because the content itself or the production style is very subjective. But what I hope that you can stand with your own visions, your own style, and then I strongly believe that someday you you will shine out there. Yeah.
Thank
Keep it
you,
up.
Mr. Roy.
Keep
Thanks.
it up.
Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Thank you.
So, come on, any other question? You can continue. I have no problem to give more time for Wai Jian to answer or respond to question and comment. So, any other comment? You are very welcome. You can continue. No question and no more comment. Okay, sure.
I see the comment. Thanks, Miss Dearna and Miss Chan for the compliments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So then we end this panel. Thank you very much for the all of you for the discussion. And
Thank you, Dr.
now,
Chang.
yeah, thanks. And now we proceed to next panel. So who is Miss Wong Shiling, and she will present her paper entitled Portrayal and Discrimination on Female in Malaysia Current Society, a case study on the film Go and Ginju. So Shiling, now it is your show. 10 minutes, but no worry lah, if you assist the time, it is okay because we still have the ample time.
Okay. Good afternoon to Mrs. Diana, Dr. Chang Tek Ping, and lecturers and my fellow friends. I'm Wong Shilin, and today I'm going to present my thesis with the title of The Portrayal and Discrimination on Female in Malaysia Current Society, a case study on the film Go dan Ginju 2005. So, for the background, film industry in Malaysia had developed for a few decades, but films about women's rights and gender equality are still very few, and most of the local mainstream films are heavily men-based. For example, like The Journey, Pascal, Police Evo, Upin and Ipin. These films are all led by the male character. But in the reality, females in Malaysia have a lot of disadvantages in their involvement in the workplace because the Asian society has the stereotypes that females should stay at home and taking care of their children instead of going out and work. So according to the survey by the Gender Equality in the Malaysian Workplace 2019, there is only 26 of females holding leadership position as compared to every 100 males, and 29.7% of females that have children claim that they are more difficult to get promotion opportunities for their jobs. And besides this discrimination in the workplace, females also face a lot of challenges in the society, like the statistic provided by the Women Development Research Center. 9% of married females experience domestic violence, and over 15,000 of rape victims are females, and 76% of them are below 18 years old. So this statistic and survey shows that females in Malaysia are actually facing a lot of challenges. But meanwhile, there is a local filmmaker named Bernard Charlie, and his team make a big move to produce a female lead character film about female independence and to break stereotypes of female. And this film is called Go dan Ginju, and it was released in 2005. So the reason of choosing this film is because it tells a story about a group of young female college students, and it also shows about the challenges that faced by Malaysian females. So the research objective of this paper is to determine is the portrayal of female situation in the film Go dan Ginju similar with Malaysia's current society. And the second objective is to examine whether the film Go dan Ginju can raise people's awareness on gender equality in reality. So for the research question is the first question, how does the film Go dan Ginju portray the female situation, and does it reflect Malaysia's current society? And the second question is the film effective in raising Malaysian awareness towards gender equality in reality? So for the literature review part, I had chosen 4 articles and I will analyze the strengths and weaknesses for each of the article. So for the first article is written by Hanita Muhammad Mokhtar Rishi, and it is about the female representations of Malay female in melodrama film. And the first strength of this article is it studied on the background of Malaysia in terms of social economic culture structure, the role of Islam and also women's rights, to examine how these factors influence the female representation in Malaysia filmmaking. And this background actually provide a better understanding for me to understand why and how female are portrayed in local films. And the second strength is it analyzed the Malay female representation in the melodrama films through the aspect of mise-en-scène, music, and pathos, which allows me, it gives me a perspective that I am not only restrict myself to analyze the storyline, but I also can analyze through the dialogues and also mise-en-scène in order to know the female representations of the film Go Dan Ginchu. But on the other hand, it also have a few weaknesses. The first is it is lacking of public opinion because the analysis was only based on the author opinion, and this might be biased if the authors didn't analyze it objectively. And the second one is it only focused on Malay female representation because in the article, the author stated that the female representations of the selected Malay films are the representations of Malaysia society, which I disagree with it because it only focuses on one race, and I don't think that it can represent the whole Malaysia society. So for the second article is written by Ayu Haswida and Abu Bakar, and the strength is this article discussed the portrayal of female images in the film Go Dan Ginchu, and it stated that this portrayal of female characters in this film had reflect the characteristic of females in the reality. And the second strength is the point of futsal as significant interplay in the film because the author stated that the element of futsal has stressed out the idea of feminism because it enhanced the equality rights between both males and females. And according to a scholar, Grabo and Co. in 2019, the scholar stated that women's futsal don't gain as much attention as the males game, and it often being viewed as inappropriate for girls if the girls playing futsal. So this element of futsal in this film is actually is able to break the stereotypes of the society towards female. But this article has a few weaknesses. The first is it didn't give any specific example for the point they presented, and this might difficult for the readers who didn't watch Go Dan Ginchu before to understand what is the content of this article talking about. And the second weakness is it didn't mention whether this film Go Dan Ginchu had created awareness regarding the issue of gender equality. For the third article is the Transforming the Mainstream Go Dan Ginchu by Benjamin McKay. The first strength is the author explained the female representation in Go Dan Ginchu is diverse and complex because we all know that most of the female representation in the local mainstream film are being used as a tool in either to reveal the good or to reflect the evilness. But in this film, according to McKay, he said that this film represents the females with diversity and complexity. For example, like the main character Putri, at first the audience will thought that this girl is a spoiled girl because she always acted like a princess, but towards the end of the film we can know that she is actually a caring and also a kind-hearted girl. And the second strength is this article mentioned that the screenplay of this film discussed the social issue that were faced by the young females because the author said that although this film is an entertainment film, but it bravely voiced out the serious social issue, which normally we can't find it in the local mainstream films. But this article also have a few weaknesses. The first is it didn't analyze in depth of the opinion of the audience towards the film, because it only referred to the comments of the films on online blog site, which I don't think it is very in-depth of the analysis. And the second one is it didn't show any comparison between portrayal of female in the film and in reality, because in the conclusion, the author stated that this film has realistically reflect the female in society, but it didn't show any comparison. So I think that it is not as persuasive as he mentioned. So for the fourth article, which is portrayal of women's images in TV dramas, a Malaysian case by Farida Ibrahim and her member. So for the first rank is, it is not only discussed female representation in TV dramas, but it also included female representation in films and in print media. So the authors stated that females are always being used as a property for sexual or other use in films, and in print media, they always focus on the portrayal of males, meanwhile they left out the portrayal of females. And the second strength is this article covered both positive and negative portrayals of females in TV dramas, but it has a few weaknesses. The first is it didn't give any detailed example while explaining the female representation in the dramas, and this is difficult for the readers who didn't watch the selected dramas, and we won't understand why are they discussing, we won't understand the content of the analysis. And the second weakness is it only provided the analysis of dialogues for negative portrayal of female image, but they left out the analysis of dialogue for the positive portrayal. The last weakness is it didn't study any influences brought by the selected TV dramas, because in the conclusion, the author stated that movie is a powerful tool, but it didn't show any influences of the drama. So I am unable to know that whether these selected dramas have any influence towards the society. So for this research, there are two theories. The first one is feminist theory, which is it highlights on the issue of gender inequality in the society. And the second theory is cultivation theory. It argues that heavy TV viewers will believe that the world in TV is the same as the reality. But according to the scholar Church in 1980, he mentioned that when the variables such as age, level of education, and direct experience are taken into account, the cultivation effect would be removed, which I agree with it. So I will look for film lovers or people that watch film frequently in order to know their perspective on whether or not the film will make them know more about gender equality issue. For the method, qualitative research, which is focus group, was used in this research, and I found 8 respondents for my focus group, and the requirements are they have to came from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur University college students, and age between 18 to 25 years old. They are film lovers or they watch film frequently, and they have to came from different gender and different races. So for the findings, for my first research objective, which is to determine is the portrayal of female situation in the film Golden Ginju similar with Malaysia's current society, and this research objective is supported by the data collected from the respondent, because majority of the respondent agreed that this film portrayed females as in reality, and they give the example like this film had showed the supportiveness among females and also diversity of female image. For example, in this film Golden Ginju, there are different body size of females, which is it is kind of different from other local mainstream film, which is they only portray the nice looking body size of female. And the second is the respondent agreed that this film accurately portrayed challenges faced by females in reality. For example, like the challenges is stereotypes towards females that female can't play futsal, and also the incest case in Malaysia. For the second research objective, to examine whether the film Go Dan Ginju can raise people's awareness on gender equality in reality, this research objective did not supported by the data collected from the respondent, because the respondent didn't think that this film is able to raise awareness regarding gender equality. The first reason is because they think that people usually watch films for entertainment only, so they think that these films don't have a huge impact to influence people. And the second reason is they think that this film focused more on feminism instead of gender equality, which they worried that this film might lead to a more serious gender inequality. But I have a different opinions from them, because according to Peace Corp, women's empowerment is actually one factor in achieving gender equality. And this film portrayed the strengths of the female, which females can be as independent and brave as men. So I think that this film is actually can raise the awareness regarding gender equality among Malaysians. So as a conclusion, the film Go Dan Ginju had accurately portrayed female image and as well as the challenges faced by them in Malaysia society. But based on the data collected, this film is ineffective to raise awareness regarding gender equality among the Malaysians. But for me, this research can contribute to the society to allow more people to have better understanding on the portrayal of females in local films, and it also able to contribute to the local filmmaker, which it can encourage more local filmmakers to make more films that enhance females empowerment and also raise awareness regarding gender equality. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilin. Thank you, Shilin. So, any questions or comment from the floor? Any question? Comment, please.
Yeah, I have a question to Shilin.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Shilin, regarding your respondents, right? You didn't mention that your respondent, you said they are movie lovers, or movie goers. Do all your respondents watch this Go Dan Ginju?
Yeah. During the focus group, I let them watch the films first, and then I conduct the interview.
Okay, so that means what? After you let them watch, then straight away you conduct the interview with them, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have only one focus group.
Yes.
How many of them?
8 of them.
8. So 8 consists of how many ethnic group?
3 ethnic group.
Malay, Chinese, Indian.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutu.
Yeah.
So, any other questions or comments? You can just on your mic. Okay. So, no question, no comment anymore. Thank you, Shilin, for your effort to further raise the awareness on gender discrimination and equality, as well as the women empowerment. Thank you and well done. And now we should have a look on the changes of movie viewing behavior in the internet era. And we have Miss Lee Ju-yi to lead us into these issues with her paper, The Impact of the Internet on Movie Broadcast Platform in Coming Days, a case study of the changes of movie viewing behaviors. So now, Ju-yi, you have 10 minutes. You can start now. Ju-yi, your mic is off. Ju-yi, you have to on your mic.
Sorry, can you hear?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So A very good afternoon to Dean Mrs. Dearna, keynote speaker Professor Dr. Adnan, the moderator, lecturers and conference delegates. I am Lee Joey from RBC3. And now I'm going to present about my research with the title of The Impact of the Internet on Movie Broadcast Platform in Coming Days, a case study of changes of movie viewing behavior. So let us start with the background first. Nowadays, the internet has changed the world. It has upgraded and bring convenience to human daily life. It makes human life become more comfortable and easier. And people always use the internet to seek for the information, communications, and entertainment. In previous days, when we want to watch a movie, we have to go to cinema, or we just buy DVD and watch it at our television. But for now, if we want to watch movie, we can watch it at our laptops, tablets, and even smaller screen in our smartphone at any time and any place as long as we have the internet connections. So because of the growth of internet, it gives us extra option to seek for the entertainment. And because of this, also leads to the emergence of online video streaming companies as well as illegal movie websites in broadcast industry. And it also leads to a huge impact toward movie broadcast industry. So for my research objective, I have 3 objectives. So the first one is to find out how does the internet affect the movie industry. The second one is to find out which broadcast platforms are likely to drive the movie industry in future. And the last one is to study how does the internet movie review and rating website affect the viewers' movie watching behavior. The next is research questions, is almost the same with research objective. How does the internet affect the movie industry? Which broadcast platforms are likely to drive the movie industry in future? And the last one is how does the movie review and rating websites affect the viewers' movie watching behavior? For the literature part, I have divided them into a few categories. So the first part is online word of mouth. Actually, word of mouth is a process of informal information spreading. So there's some research. Some researchers found out that actually the volume of online posts is the key influence that caused an effect on movie box office. In other words, to explain is the higher the volume of online posts will lead to the increase of cinema revenue. And besides that, other research also proved that there is no significant relationship between the ratings and the movie box office sales. The higher the rating doesn't mean it will lead to the increase of cinema revenue. But in contrast, if the higher volume of online posts we can see in social media, it will lead to the cinema revenue. The next part is about internet and online pirating content. As I mentioned just now, the growth of internet has promoted the emergence of piracy websites, and it also leads to a problem, which is the copyright issue. There's a research about the shutdown of major piracy websites, which is known as megaplot.com, is a file sharing website by the government. The shutdown is by the government. So after they shut down the piracy website, they found out that it does increase the cinema revenue because people cannot watch the movies online for free, and it is piracy. And the next one is usage pattern and behaviors in online video. In the research of MCMC, 77.6% of internet users spend their time on video streaming platforms or downloading online movies. And another findings also prove that people prefer YouTube more than television. So from this finding, we can clearly see that people now is moving toward the online trend more than to prefer the traditional. The next one is video streaming services, advertising method and effects. In previous research, they found out the recommender system in the applications leads to the excessive use of video streaming services because the recommender system keeps recommend people and keep induce people to watch more movie. So besides that, the attractive subscription package also are the factors that influence the consumer. Take a look at Netflix. They have a lot of attractive subscription package. The price is range from the cheap one to the premium one. They targeted all consumers with all economic status. So everyone can watch movie according to their economic status. The next one is consumer engagement in social media. Previous study addressed that social media is the antecedent of consumer engagement. And nowadays, various social media such as Facebook has become the main player for the activity of branding. So we also take a look at Netflix. They own a lot of social media accounts in Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter as well. They often share the memes and create posts in Instagram because they want to interact with the user and the followers. So the interaction between the Netflix and the followers it is considered as consumer engagement. So for the theoretical framework part, I apply users and gratification theory in my research. It is because as the consumer are aware of their needs, they will choose the medium to watch a movie according to their desire and to gratify their needs. And moreover, by using this theory, I also able to find out which movie viewing mediums are likely to drive the future. For the methodology part, I use quantitative research and I also apply internet survey, which I distribute the questionnaires to the targeted respondent through Google Forms. And I also use non-probability sampling, which are purposive samplings and quota sampling, to make the selection of 100 samples. So the 100 sample is a group of movie viewers which ranging from 15 to 54 years old. And after that, I divide them into sub-sample 4 quotas according to their age. And last but not least, I use Likert scale in the questionnaire because I want to get the level of agreement from the respondent. So for the data I collected from the respondent, I found out 53% of the respondents prefer to watch movie online, but they still got 47% of respondents prefer traditional ways of watching movie, which is going to the cinema. However, 79% of respondents normally watch movie online. Then 91% of the respondents agree that nowadays more people are shifting to online movie platforms. Most of the respondents also agree that the accessibility of social media cause an increase to online movie consuming. And majority of them believe that movie ratings and review may cause an impact toward movie box office. Most of them agree. Movie review provides more detail compared with movie rating itself. Other than that, only less than 50% of the respondents are easily influenced by the movie rating and review because they clearly understand that not all review and rating deserve a trust, as it may be the tactic used by the opponent competitors. So for the conclusion, lots of movie companies have shifted their focus of movie distribution from traditional platform to online platform. In addition, social media is also the key success of online platforms. It is because it provides the consumer with the freedom to select how they watch a movie. In a nutshell, from the analysis in chapter 4, show that people are more likely to use online platform to consume a movie nowadays. And they also agree movie ratings and review may cause an impact toward movie box office because they will choose not to watch a particular movie if they receive a lot of bad reviews or bad ratings about that movie, because it is quite wasting time and money. And they also clearly understand not all review and ratings are deserve of trust, and it may be the strategy or tactic used by the opponent competitors. As a conclusion, in my research, I found out that internet does change the behavior of movie viewing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you very much. So, guys, any questions or comment to Julie? If you have any question or comment, please just on your mic. So, no question, no comment, all clear? Okay, so that's all, Julie. Thank you for your presentation. And also thank you to all panelists in the morning section. I hope all of you found this morning's presentation and discussion informative and useful. So now we will proceed to the afternoon sections, and we have another two panels from journalism program and media studies programs. And my distinguished colleagues, Puan Khairana binti Sabtu will moderate the afternoon sections. And now I pass the time to Puan Khairana. Puan Khairana, please, you can take over the time. Thank you.
Before that, sorry, Joey, please stop presenting. Joey? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chang, and all the presenters for the morning session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the afternoon session of our webinar, though we actually didn't take any break in between. But since that this is an online seminar, I think you guys can feel free to move around and take your, bring the coffee to your, near to you, so that you can have a coffee break, or maybe you can have your lunch while listening to this, a very useful and informative kind of presentations. Okay. Once again, on behalf of the Center for Media and Communication Research and Faculty of Communication and Creative Industries, Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you present today, and also who also present today. That we appreciate all of you who took some time of your busy schedules to actually join the Center for Media and Communication Research Symposium 2020 today. And we actually hope you will find the program we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. Okay. So for this afternoon session, we have two presentations panels. Okay. From the journalism and media studies, with a total of 6 papers. Okay, so without further ado, we proceed now to first panel of presentation. Okay, in this panel, 3 students from TAUC journalism program will present their papers on journalism issues. Okay. So let me invite the first presenter of the afternoon session, Xiao Jihui, to take over the floor. Xiao is a journalism student of TAUC, and her topic is the impact of social media on COVID-19. The floor is yours, Xiao. You have 10 minutes from now.
Thank you, Puan Khairana. So let me share my screen. Okay.
Okay, a very good afternoon to Dean, Miss Dearna, Deputy Deans, Dr. Tangmojo, moderators, lecturers, and my fellow friends. My name is Shozuhui and I'm from RDR Year 3. Today, I would like to share with all of you about my paper titled with the impact of social media on COVID-19. So now, let's get started. With the emergence of the internet and new media, social media has boomed and it has become an integral part of all of our life. As the explanations of social media, it is a different form of online communications used by people to create communities, networks, and collective for information, ideas, messages, and also the video content sharing. After the invention of the social media, it has become the main source of news with more than 2.4 billion internet users, with nearly 64.5% of them receive breaking news from Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The number has a straightened circumstance where the rise of fake news has reached a higher risk level in recent years. And Abraham Lincoln actually quoted that, "Don't believe everything you read," with a quote next to it. After the outbreak of the coronavirus, the news reports and information about the pandemic were rapidly published and spread on both sides of the traditional and also new media. For instance, some of the social networking that actually publish the information on how to protect yourself from preventing the spread of the virus, such as always practicing social distancing, wearing a mask whenever you're going out, or washing hands frequently, and also the latest situations in our country. Meanwhile, most of the country has announced restrictions on movement control order after the widespread of COVID-19. Therefore, social media has become a main source of information as people always seek the latest news from social media platforms. However, social media eventually to be the main culprit, to be the main culprit as it provides the opportunities for those who share the misinformations to the thousands of people in matters of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 not only left a devastating impact on our daily life, economy, but also the psychosocial well-being. Recently, there is a worrying trend that's causing people all a great deal of mental stress, which is the spread of COVID-19 fake news and informations on social media. The Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros actually finds that our greatest enemy right now is not the virus itself, but it's the fear, rumors, and stigma around us. So, when you look at this picture, does it sound familiar to you? I guess some of us may face with this phenomenon before, like when seeing others posting in their social media, like showing that public is panic buying the necessities or groceries in the market during the NCO, and people will tend to blindly repost or share the story on their social media account without verifying the truth, and in result, it can spread the anxiety further among the society. Therefore, this research aims to address the following objectives. First is to measure the usage of social media for news and information on COVID-19. Second, to study the public's perceptions on COVID-19 through social media. And last, to find out how the public verifies the news and information on COVID-19 from social media. So as the purpose of this study is to measure the impact of social media on COVID-19 in Malaysia, those I have utilized a quantitative method, which is the online survey, to gather the necessary data and information. Besides, the targeted respondents will be Malaysian social media users, and they are classified according to their age, gender, and education level. The sample size of the survey questionnaire in this study is acquired for 100 respondents from different age range, which is from 18 and above. By doing so, I'm able to obtain opinions and information from the targeted populations, and it could help me to achieve an accurate result as the variety of data collected from the targeted respondents from different backgrounds. So now we go to the finding part. In this section, I will discuss about 4 prominent findings from age of social media for COVID-19 news. The result is obviously shown that social media is the most preferred medium for COVID-19 news, and as more than half, which nearly 52% of the respondents prefer use social media as their main news source, and contrarily, minority of respondents prefer traditional media to obtain the latest COVID-19 news and information. Also, the second finding shows that the spreading fake news or misinformation about COVID-19 on social media will bring greatest impact to the society. According to the majority of respondents have strong fake news or misinformation on COVID-19 from social media will actually create the fear and panic in the community. And the third finding is the most interesting finding in the study, is the average trust for COVID-19 news and information by news sources. In the previous findings, the results show that majority of the respondents, they prefer and frequently use social media as their main platform to get the news and information. But in the end, I found out that actually people not very don't have completely trust in social media, and in contrast, the traditional media, TV, has actually highest trust among the news sources. And lastly, the finding about likeliness to verified news and information of COVID-19 on social media among the Malaysians. From the bar chart, the results show that 40% of the respondents are extremely likely to verify the information on COVID-19 from social media. And only small group of respondents say that they are not very likely to verify all the COVID-19 news and information they receive from the social media. And in summary, actually, there is a correlation between the social media, fake news, and also the fear. And it can be concluded that Malaysians aged from 18 and above are dependent on social media as their first choice of news source. Besides, Malaysians do not have complete trust in news and information published on social media, although they often use it for the news gathering purpose. And nevertheless, the finding also found out that the majority of Malaysians have encountered the misinformation or fake news of COVID-19 on media, but they are not very likely to verify all the information they receive. So yeah, I think I have now come to the end of my presentation. I will be happy and humble to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. My mic was off. Okay. Okay, if I open to the floor to ask if you have any question to ask Ms. Xiao, or maybe if you have any suggestions, okay, you can do so by you can open your mic. Okay, I think it's much better if you can straight away ask question by on your mic. Okay, or maybe you can leave comment on the chat box, in the chat box.
Hi, Puan Karana. I would like to ask a question to Jihui. Yeah?
Okay.
Hi, Jihui.
Hi, Sinchin.
Hi. Hope you're good, huh? Hi, Jihui. Very interesting topic. Yeah, the social media impact and COVID-19. So thank you for sharing your presentation. Can I just ask, I'm not sure whether I got it wrong. I noticed there's a slide that says, don't believe everything you need on the internet just because you see a picture next to it by Abraham, and then there's the source, Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Not sure whether is it by Abraham Lincoln or is that a meme?
Sorry?
Was that quotation to you by Abraham Lincoln?
It's Abraham Lincoln quote by him.
Oh, okay. Perhaps I'd like to point out that Abraham, you know, it's quite ironic because the quotation is just everything you read on the internet because it's by Abraham, because you see a picture next to it. Abraham Lincoln was assassinated in 1865. That's about 100 years before the birth of the internet. So I think that is a meme. A meme is like what's a meme? Kind of a joke.
It's a joke.
Sorry?
I think it's a joke, right?
Yeah, I think it's a joke. So, sometimes we have a tendency to take the quote from the internet and take it as it is. But if you look at the source behind it, it's just a joke. It wasn't really by Abraham Lincoln because the internet was not invented during his time. He passed away in 1865. Yeah, and then I think we know that the internet came along somewhere in the 1950s. Okay, just want to point that out to you.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience.
No, it's not inconvenient at all. We all learn together. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question for Zuhui.
Yes.
Hi, it's very interesting topic, Zuhui. Thank you for sharing. It's quite current because we are in the era of pandemic COVID-19 now. But I just want to get some clarification now. When you say on your last few slides you said there is a correlation between social media, COVID-19 fake news, and society with fear, right? So that's why I want to know how strong is the correlation? Did you run any statistical analysis?
Actually, this finding is the conclusion is based on my finding, and actually, my respondents is like claiming that they have encountered the fake news from social media because everyone or even their friends or families share the fake news on social media, and it's like create some fears and anxiety. So I think it's quite tight relations between like when other people share the fake news on social media, and the people will like keep repost or sharing, and then more people attach with the fake news, and then it will directly create the fears among society.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question or suggestion from the floor?
Hi, Puana, can I ask a question, please?
Yes, can.
Hi, Zuhui, how are you?
Hi.
Hi. All right, so thank you for your presentation. thank you for your information too. You're actually doing about the COVID-19. Do you have any difficulty? Because when the time you did the research, I believe it's just break out, right?
Yes, like actually the biggest challenge, like when I'm conducting my research, is the time consuming, because
Right.
we are required to complete the paper within one semester. Yeah, but luckily I have a very good supervisor, Miss Lee, and for her constant guidance and help, so I can overcome all the difficulties, yeah, during my final
Right.
project.
Right. So the respondent actually give you feedback actively?
No, actually, because when I collecting the data, it took me around 2 months, because like not everyone tends to give provide their opinions and feedback to us. So these are biggest challenges when I collecting the data from the respondents.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So sometimes, yes, when we do new topic, it will have like difficulty for like, collecting data, find samples. But thank you very much. I'm happy with your presentation. I thank you. And then, yes, for Anna, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kik. Okay, Ms. Tan Sun Chin and as well Mr. Mutu. Any other question? I assume that there's all for questions and suggestion for Xiao Zihui. Okay. Now we have Ivy Chang Aiwei to present her paper, Online News Media Coverage and Influence on Malaysian Youth Perceptions Regarding Selected Issues. Okay, Ivy, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Puan Karana. And let me present my slides. Okay, a very good afternoon to the Dean of the FCCI, Ms. Dearna, moderators, lecturers, and also my fellow friends. And I'm Ivy Chang Aiwei, and it's my honor to present my paper here today with the title Online News Media Consumption, Coverage and Influence on Malaysian Youth Perception Regarding Selected Issues. So let us begin with a brief introduction about this thesis. So as we all know, print media was once the main medium for the public to receive information or receive news, that the inventions of the internet has actually created many other platforms or mediums such as social media for the public to select and choose, and they will decide whether which they want to choose to receive news. And especially to the generation which has born with the internet, they tend to prefer online news media to receive news or to consume news when you compare the traditional media and with the online media. So as one of the Malaysian youth or one of the journalism students, I always have questions on whether Malaysian youth still read newspapers, or whether what is their reading habits on online news media, and have this new platform or new mediums and their online news coverage influence their perceptions, especially on the important issues happen in the country. So as I have given an opportunity to conduct a research, I've decided to answer this question by carrying out this thesis. So in order to come out with a conclusion on whether the Malaysian youth perception has been influenced or not influenced by the online news media, there are two aspects we have to look into. First will be the news consumptions, will be the Malaysian youth news consumptions on both general media and also on online news media. And second, it will be their perceptions on their online news media and also on the selected important issues. So when we understand these two factors and these two aspects, we will be able to come out with conclusions in which we can know whether Malaysian youth perception has been influenced or have not been influenced by the online news media. And here comes my objective for this thesis. There will be two objectives. First is to investigate Malaysian youth general reading habits of online news media and of selected important issues. And second is to explore to what extent the online news coverage have influenced the Malaysian youth perception on selected important issues. So as I mentioned above, I would like to know to what extent the Malaysian youth perception has been influenced. So in order to have a better understanding on this, I've selected 4 important issues which have been frequently published by the online news media. The first one will be the coronavirus disease issues. Second, followed by the One Malaysia Development Berhad issues, and the collapse of Pakatan Harapan government issues, and lastly will be issues or news about the Malaysian economy. So before I really conduct my thesis or distributing the survey, I have actually done research based on the papers distributed by others researchers in the past. So I have realized there's actually 3 main points they have pointed out. First will be the reading habits of Malaysians have actually slowly changing from offline to online, especially when it comes to reading news through printed newspapers. And second, the news coverage of every media tend to be different, as every media will have different agenda setting, different target audience, different target advertiser, and etc. And lastly, the media content will tend to bring impact to the public or receivers, especially when the issues is about political or government policy related issues. And now let us go to the methodology I have used for this thesis. First will be who will be the target respondent. So as based on my research, most of the papers or theses have been focusing on general respondents. So when it comes to online news media, I believe getting opinions on Malaysian youths will be very necessary and very important. So therefore, I decided to put the target respondent as the Malaysian youth, which is between 15 to 30 years old. And this thesis will use quantitative research method, the survey method to carry out. And I have also applied convenience sampling and snowball sampling in this thesis. While the number of respondents I have set to a total of 100 respondents. And nevertheless, now we will go into the data analysis and findings. So after I've analyzed the survey result I have gathered from the target respondents, there are I have summarized 8 points. First is the respondent has actually high frequency on reading local Malaysian news when it compared with international news. And when it comes to the 4 selected important issues, COVID-19 issue was actually the top issues in which majority of them have high interest in. And the respondents also agree that online news media have provided details, sufficient, and follow-up information about the selected issues to them. At the same time, they also believe online news media have provided accurate and extra information to their readers. Besides, the survey results have also shown the respondents agree or strongly agree that the news coverage on the selected 4 issues has actually affected their perception, in which they believe that the news content has affected Malaysians' emotions and also affected Malaysians' perception toward the country. Also, they strongly agree their opinions about the 4 selected issues will change according to the news published by the online news media. And lastly, although some of their opinions or perception has been changed after they read news, but they disagree or strongly disagree that they will have negative impact about these issues after reading the news. And now we will go to the discussion. So according to the findings, the respondents have a high preference for online news media, which has shown the Malaysian youth actually slowly changing their medium of consuming news from traditional media to online media. And when we compare the 4 selected important issues, they have high interest to COVID-19 issues and followed by Malaysia economy related issues. And I believe this might due to one, COVID-19 issues was one of the latest issues if comparing with other 3 issues. And second, these 2 issues are interrelated. So they will have to pay attention to both issues so they will know that is the pandemic affecting the world economy or the pandemic have affected the Malaysia economy again. And apart from that, based on the survey result, the findings have also shown us the online news have actually high influence on the perceptions of the respondents. So why do I say so? First, the respondents do believe the news regarding the selected 4 issues are more important than other issues or other news because the online news media has been frequently publishing them and keep on repeating to publish them. And second, the respondent believe reading news regarding these 4 issues will affect Malaysians' emotions and also the perceptions toward the country. And third, although respondents do not have a negative perceptions about the issues, but they do believe the news content tend to affect how Malaysians think. So I will say overall, the respondents have high belief in news published by online news media. So their perception might be easily affected based on the news published by the online news media. And in a nutshell, this study has actually found out the online news media did somehow influence the perceptions of the Malaysian youth. And it also showed media actually plays an important role, not only in conveying or informing the readers about the latest issues or news, but actually some of the news contents published will affect and have impact in the readers, especially in their opinion or in their perceptions. And that's all for my presentations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ivy, for your presentation. Now I open to the floor to if you have any question to ask Ivy or if you have any suggestion, okay, for future research maybe, you can on your mic. Thank you. Okay, if any question from the floor? Okay, yeah, anyone?
Ivy, what is your future research? Just now you are saying your future research.
My future research?
Yeah. From these topics, actually, you do for first times, right? About like perceptions of youth. Do you plan for future research?
I wasn't planning, but I do have some recognition for future research in similar research. Like for example, they can enlarge the population or enlarge the target respondents because I have only included 100 respondents to represent the whole Malaysian youth, which is actually quite not appropriate, but since we have given limited time, so that's what I can do the best. But I believe if we enlarge the population, the result might have difference, and also they can gather the opinions or they can do in-depth interview with journalists, which is currently working in the industry. And I believe journalists will provide better understandings whether on the company agenda or the target audience of the media. And I believe these two will help to make similar research better.
Yeah, because sometimes we actually can consider to use two methods. Maybe one of the methods is like go for like questionnaire. The other methods maybe we, as you said, like interview for those like experienced journalists or media person. It will be a nice like if we have two methods. It will be more accurate for the data in your future research. Humble suggestions. Right. Thank you very much, Ivy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kate.
Yeah, I think I agree with Ms. Kik, okay, regarding when you do this kind of, you do study on the content, okay, especially the issues that you choose. It is good if you can get some, you can do in-depth interview with some media industries, especially those veteran journalists, all right, so that we can see their point of views on why youth, okay, prefer online rather than the printed version. I mean, that one. And another two, we look at you may also look at on how the young generation, okay, their perceptions when they look at when they tackle or when they refer to the issues. Normally, they tend to believe on the social media rather than the official online portal from the mainstream media. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you,
sure.
Ivy.
Thank
Any
you,
other?
Puan Karana.
Okay. Good presentation, Ivy.
Thank you.
Any other question from the audience, maybe? Okay.
I think that's all. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay. If there is no more question, then maybe we proceed to the next presenter, Chan Puzi. Okay, with her paper Crime News, Consumption and Impact on Malaysians. Okay, I think this one is very interesting because these days, okay, we have been served or we have been fed with so many crime news that is beyond our normal thinking. Okay, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes, Chan Puzi.
Thank you, Prof. Karana. Please allow me some time to present my slides. And if you do hear any sound, I apologize for that because my laptop's fan is having some problems. Okay, so now let me start with my presentation. I'm Chan Puzi from Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, TAUC. I'm in the final year of my studies, Bachelor of Communication, Honours in Journalism. My topic of the research is crime news consumption and impacts on Malaysians. Now I will start with introduction. There are actually 6.06 million people indicating that distressing crime issues and need to undertake safety conscious of crime to lessen the crime rates in Malaysia and also around the world. So this research is actually to investigate consumption habits and to explore impacts of crime news around Malaysians. The consumption here, it means that getting and also absorbing news in various ways. It's not only on the traditional way like reading, but also on watching and listening. So it means like getting and absorbing news in various ways, especially crime news. So now I'll continue with background. In the background, I'll be talking about 3 items, which is news, crime, and also crime news. In news, is actually information about the rest from the diversion from a normal, which means that abnormals or interesting topics that would attract the audiences, and it is also information that help in decision making, where people can take news as a guidelines on what they could do or adapt to into your life. So crime is actually the act of violence, any act that violates the laws and leads to punishment. And crime news is actually incidents or happening, the report on the incidents or happening that take place in the society which are against the laws leading to violence. Now moving to the objective, I have 2 objectives here, which is to find out the consumption habits of crime news among Malaysians and also to explore the impact of crime news exposure among Malaysians. Moving to research question, which is relating to the research objective just now. I have 4 research questions here. The first one is, what are the consumption habits of crime news among Malaysians? How far are the differences in consumption habits of crime news among gender? To find out like whether are there any differences in their consumption habit, like how long do they actually consume news, the differences between male and female. And the third one is, what are the impacts of crime news exposure among Malaysians? And the fourth one is, does the impact of crime news exposure differ according to gender? I would also like to find out on like, do female and male have differences in the impact that they actually have on them after they have consumed crime news. Moving to literature review, I have 4 parts here. The first part is crime criteria in media, which we say that crime in media is actually separated into 2 levels, which is how crime news producers actually set up reality, and how audience actually interpret and understand and digest their informations they see from crime news, because different people will experience different things according to their situations and lifestyle. And the next one is over information and under information. Over information here is relating to the media on how they report the crime news. If there's too much of information around here and there, audiences might be overwhelming on crime news, crime-related news. Under information is where sometimes the media choose to report on, choose what to report in the crime news, like in certain areas only they pick up. So it will lead to that audiences having less information on crime news. Moving to the next literature review, which is under crime news, media and influences. It is to be said that a process of collecting information of crime and media actually leads to negative perception, and also stop crime prevention's implementation strategies and policies. And it was also said that media are actually powerful up to the extent that they actually inject some particular points of views into their audiences. And the next one will be individuals that consume or are exposed to crime-based media, where crime-related stuff and information is related. They might most probably come by with a feeling of fears affecting them in various ways. The next literature review is news consumption habits, where habits actually direct news consumption behavior. In primary news medium, one grew up with, meaning is that how one actually consume crime news since the long time ago up to now. It's like maybe they watch it from TV or social media. And offline habits also influence like specific websites or source in accessing news. It's like not only on the social media now that is quite massive usage in Malaysia, but also when outside of internet, their habits of lifestyle and their culture also actually influence their way of consuming crime news. And the next is also there's actually various factors that influence one's attitude on news consumption. Like for example, the demographic factor like the age and occupations, they would also actually impact on the crime news consumption habits. Like for example, teenagers, they will most probably prefer social media like Facebook, Twitter to get their news. Next is a literature review on crime perception and media. It said that television has actually the greatest influence in boosting perception on crime risks in neighborhoods, be it like male or female, it's like regardless of gender. And also the number of urban television channels actually lower the exposure of consequences, and it leads individuals to alter downwards their perception about or on crime. And now I'll move to the theoretical framework, which I use in this research, which is uses and gratification theory. According to Littlejohn and Foss in 2011, this theory actually does not focus on the source of the media, but actually focus on the effect of the audiences on their usage of media content. So the next one is Baron and Davis. There are 5 elements in their saying of the users and gratification theory. It says that audiences is active and goal-oriented in media usage. It's like audiences is the one who decide like what platform they want to use in consuming news, and also audience holds a choice in linking gratification needs to specific media. It's like the audience have their rights to choose which media they want to use in order to satisfy themselves. And the next one is media compete with other sources of need certifications. It means like satisfactions. It means like media actually compete with many media out there to actually attract the attentions of the audiences and readers. So actually it is, people also are actually mindful enough for their own media use and also interest and motive. It means that audiences actually know of what they actually want to satisfy themselves, like what they want to get from media. So the following one is value of judgments of audience linking their needs to specific media or content should be suspended. This is because, as mentioned just now, each person's they process or see things differently from each other. So this value of judgments should actually be suspended. So was continuing with the users and gratification theory, which is the last 4 groups, which is diversion, personal relationships, personal identity, individual psychology, and also surveillance. So in diversion is actually is like how people use media to escape from their stress and their basic routine or daily routines for emotion reliefs. And personal relationship is actually like social utility of the information, where in conversation or substitutions of the media for companionship. This is like they go to media for companionships where they can have conversation with others. So next is personal identity, which is individual and also individual psychologies. This is actually to allow like reinforcement or self-understanding, like through maybe the news you can get more ideas and also you adapt to your own life. And surveillance is actually information regarding factors that might affect one in their decision making. And this is also to help them in accomplishing something that they want to do. So moving to the methodology, the methods I use is quantitative method. Actually, there are questions as being created. And
Tafizi, you have less than 1 minute, okay?
Okay, sure. I'll try to finish as soon as possible. Sorry. So there's a questionnaires being created, and also 100 respondents are being collected via the Google form. And population and sampling is actually taking from sample is taken from population of Malaysia, and convenience sampling is used where as long as people who consume news, then they can be the respondents of this research. So my finding and discussion, there's actually a great number of respondents that actually consume crime news quite frequently, but there are still some that doesn't. So this to the previous research that I've done, that each person's their consumption habits will be different. So gender, age, and occupational backgrounds actually affect crime news consumptions. The few that I found is frequency of consuming crime news, the amount of time they spend each time when they consume crime news, and also media used to consume crime news. So the findings and discussions, there are actually certain time span will have impact on, will bring certain impacts. So it's actually found that 6 to 10 minutes, which is the most chosen by respondents, they are actually more careful when walking alone in quiet places after consuming crime news, and also they are more have more understanding of what action can be considered as a crime. So there's no association found between the time spent each time when consuming crime news and gender. And there are various patterns on the impacts of crime news, where some of them, after consuming crime news, they are more alert on crime happening around them, more careful walking alone in quiet places, and they do not use phone when walking. This is because that they might, due to consuming crime news, they will be afraid that when they are using their phone while working, they might get snatched or might get robbed. So it was found that actually more males than females after consuming prime news are afraid to walk alone at night, and they also do not drive alone at night. This is because they might they have like seen news regarding females relating to crime, that maybe they get raped or they got raped or they got got robbed. Yeah. So for my conclusion, there's actually respondents consume crime news frequently. As mentioned just now, the 2 to 5 minutes is the most time that each of them consume crime news. Respondents agree that they consume crime news for reassurance, disagree on consuming crime news to have topic in conversation and family. And more females and males are affected by impacts of crime news, and also crime news do have impact on relations. But just that it's differ according to situations. And I think that actually crime news actually is, their intention is to guide people or to bring awareness to people. So I hope that actually crime news will not, in the future, will not be bring negative to the people, but it's like bringing positive effects to the people. Yeah. So that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Champizi, for your presentation. Okay, it's a bit draggy. Okay, but it's okay. It's I know that you have a lot of things to say, but you only have 10 minutes, right? So now I open to the floor. Okay, if you have any questions or suggestions, okay, you can ask now.
I have a question. So, do you have research on the balance between the consumption regarding gender who consume crime news? Is the female consume the crime news higher compared to male?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat your question because I can't hear you clearly?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear.
So I was actually curious about the research. So is the numbers of females who consume crime news higher than the male based on the research?
It's only on yes, it is, but as for the impacts is actually depending on the certain impacts that I've listed out. It's not like all females have same impacts or what. Yeah, but there is actually more females than males, but it's only on certain impacts, not all issues. Yeah.
Certain impacts like selective crime news.
Yeah, certain impacts of crime news like based like I mentioned just now, like walking alone in dark places, or like driving alone at night. But as for like maybe have conversations with family, that's not so on female. That's like male and female is like more or less the same. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lim Shumin. Any other question for Champizi?
Hello, I have a question. My question is, do you think that crime news intend to bring awareness to the citizen, or the crime news intend to frighten the citizens? Because just now I mentioned that women are afraid, and maybe after they read the crime news, they are afraid to walking alone in the night, driving alone in the night. So, what is your opinion?
My opinion is that crime news actually is to bring awareness to the people, but due to like different situations, like their background or culture, like different ways of how they process crime news, it might affect them in the original intention of a crime news. Like it's supposed to bring awareness to them, but because of their background and stuff, it makes them afraid instead of bringing awareness.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tan Luzin, for your question. Okay, any other question now? Okay, if there is no question, okay, thank you very much to all the presenters in panel 1 afternoon session. Now we proceed. Okay, now we proceed to the second panel of presentation for in this panel. Okay, there are 3 students from TAUC Media Studies program will present their papers on advertising issues. Okay, so the first presenter is Cheng Colin, and her topic is Malaysia Internet Content Censorship against the freedom of people to access information and freedom of speech. Cheng, please, the next 10 minutes are yours.
Thank you, Miss Karina, and give me some time to present the screen.
Okay, you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. So a very good afternoon to our Dean, Miss Dearna, our moderator, Miss Karana, and all the lecturers and all my fellow friends. I'm Cheng Colin from Media Studies, and now I'm going to present the paper of Our Malaysia Internet Content Censorship Against the Freedom of People to Access Information and Freedom of Speech. So for the background, all of us knows in our Malaysia, we have a body called as Malaysian Communication and Multi-Communication, MCMC. And their role is to monitor the communication and multimedia industry based on the law produced from the Malaysian Communication and Multimedia Communication Act 1998. They have the power to block any websites that are against the law in Communication Multimedia Act 211 until 244. The main reasons to block the website is to block those content which is related to porn, gambling, websites that providing download of unauthorized copies that are against the copyright of the author. However, to block the websites of political discussion blogs and also news media is that ethical. For example, the political blogs and news media domains such as Sarawak Report, Medium.com, Asian Sentinel in 2015 that discussed about the 1MDB scandal. So, Malaysia is a democratic country. People should have the right to access the information and voice out the feelings in their inner heart, especially for politicians and the government. However, censoring the news or content is not a way to protect the nation, but a way to abuse power. It also can be said that internet content censorship will indirectly influence the quality of media practitioners. They might be concerned about the government censorship and practice self-censorship in prevent getting into troubles. So in this research, I'm going to focus on the political aspect of internet content censorship. So for the research objective, there are 4 objectives. First, to study the influence of internet content censorship for a democracy country. Democracy country defined as people have the right to choose which government they want, equality to get the basic rights and human rights, freedom in expression. However, the existing of internet content censorship could it considered as violate the idea of democracy. Second, to study the use of internet content censorship in our country. By this objective, to know how the internet content censorship is applied by the government. Fourth, They analyze the impact brought by internet content censorship to the mass media and country. And media should have the responsibility as a watchdog to supervise government's movement, but also help people to voice out the inner voice. But with the internet content censorship, will it affect the role of media? The last one, to observe the public relations toward this internet content censorship, because to investigate the people's opinions on internet content censorship. So there are 3 research questions. First, is that necessary for internet content censorship existing to safeguard a country? Second, how internet content censorship influence the public opinion? The third, the internet content censorship influence public fundamental rights of freedom to access information. So before to the data, I do for the literature reviews. First, the rise of the internet content censorship. This is from McPhail 2002. They stated that online activists which produce the content do not need to get through fact check by those gatekeepers such as publishers, editors, and journalists like the traditional media world. So the content will be unsure, unconfirmed, and unreliable content. So it needs internet censorship. Second, from Edison and Lee 2017. They stated that the rise of fake news is like a virus that is spread by people and media users that could challenge the government. Authorities that try to stop the spread of information are putting effort to minimize the ways of the lies that spreads to the peoples. For the internet content censorship conflict with the ability to freedom of speech, expression, and access of information by Muhammad 2015, he stated that people who support the equalization theory express that the internet should be transparent among political parties. It points out that the internet should have the ability to serve citizens and to the voters between the ruling parties or opposite parties. But for Lee 2014, she stated that humans shall have the ability to seek for information, receive the news, express the thought, no matter what forms, no matter in what platform. It's called the nature of people and basic human rights. Third, public relation for the government towards internet content censorship. For ACTA 2018, he stated that the people who did the survey from Asian countries is proven that there are 78% and 90% of respondents think that freedom of expression online is important and freedom of expression is a basic human right. For Barazan 2015, he thinks that when the mainstream media in the country is unable to produce the news where it replies to the truth, people will seek for the alternative source from information from the others' internet, and people feel that when their freedom of accessing information is threatened by the mainstream media, so they will turn their interest on internet resource to seek for the information. For the last one, the influence of internet censorship toward the public. From the Freedom House Organization's 2019, they stated that the action of authorities for blocking and restricting internet content are lack of judicial oversight. For Brown 2019, he stated that the edge owner Ho Kei-ta claimed that they were under a lot of pressure when exposing 1MDB articles, even being suspended the license and shut down. As media practitioners, their responsibility is to reveal the truth of citizens. It does not depend on the news that is related to who. So the theory framework that I suggest in this research is libertarian, which is more suitable for a democracy country. So the methodology I use to conduct this research is by survey question, which is under quantitative data. And second is personal interview with under qualitative data. For survey questions, the target audience is the people who are between the age of 18 to 40. Teenagers and adults prefers to read news through the online or internet source and get about 100 people to get involved in the survey question. But in this research, I get 121 people, and the section is divided into 4 sections, which is consists of demographic, level of measurement, yes, no question, and opinion writings. And for the personal interview, I have interviewed the 2 Malaysia media practitioners, which age around 30 and expert in the media industry. And I have conducted for the 7 questions to make a comparison between the survey question and the personal interview. For the data analysis for survey questions, so there are 121 respondents. They are men from Selangor, majority in age 18 to 25. Men are student, undergraduate, or fresh graduate. There are about 93.4% of respondents who frequently use Facebook or online source to search or read the political news. And there is the majority of 49.6% of people know any news that has been censored, such as 1NDB news or the election news. And 27.7% of respondents who were not sure any news has been censored. And 22.7% of people do not know anything about internet content censorship. However, the majority of 78.5% people think that the internet content censorship will affect the media quality. So that is the interesting part is the opinions writings from the 121 people. And this is the summarize that I got from the people. The first question, to what extent do you think online censorship is good for people? So a lot of people think that online censorship is acceptable due to the content like to censor porn, sexual violence, criminal activities. Censorship is applies to rule, goal, racial, or religion discrimination of or offensive content is also acceptable. However, there are also people who do not think that actually online censorship is applicable in Malaysia because an educated society does not require any form of censorship.
Colleen,
yes,
your time is almost up.
Okay. Yeah, I trying to fast.
Yeah. You go to your family.
Okay, so the second question is, do you think the internet content censorship conflict with the freedom of access to information? So the majority of people agree with the point that it's conflict with the freedom of access to information. So for the third is the government should abolish the internet content censorship, and the majority of people think that government should abolish the internet content censorship. And for the fourth question is, do you think that internet freedoms outholds a democracy? The majority of respondents think that the internet freedom will outhold a democracy country. So for the interview for the 2 media practitioners, they have the opposite views. Like for Tiffany Chin for AdTV, she thinks that internet content censorship is happening in Malaysia and it affects the freedom of accessing. However, for the Nikki Murida from TV3, he stated that actually he does not think that Malaysia has much influence in censorship and the internet will influence the opinions of people. So the conclusion, the majority of people think that internet content censorship in Malaysia is in conflict with the system of democracy. People think that the government should be transparent in the content which has close relationship with political issues in order to achieve a fair and transparent democracy. So people craving for freedom of expression, delivering speech, and accessing information. An educated society should be given the opportunity to think, to judge, and make its own opinions and be inclusive in any issues in the country without any interference from the government. So thank you. That's all for my presentation.
Thanks, Cheng.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I open to the audience to actually, if you have any question or any suggestion that you would like to ask Cheng regarding her paper.
Colleen,
yes. Hi, sir.
Okay, so what are my questions here? Just a simple one. So do you think that the censorship, right, is actually related to the media literacy of the reader or the audience?
Sorry, again?
Yeah, which means that when the policymaker, they come up with a certain policy, so the media literacy, okay, is it can be one of the considerations, like because nowadays that quite a lot of the information, the news, like flooding over the internet, right? So
Yes.
the news that we cannot justify whether the news is genuine or it's really is a fake news. So whereby that is it that the media literacy playing an important role, like especially that under this censorship matter?
Yes, I think that the media literacy is really important for the all the Malaysians because like I'm studying mass comm media studies. When I'm come to college or university, only I know this kind of things apply in the media. And however, there are quite a lot of people did not know about this kind of things like internet content censorship, about how the media works, how the fake news goes. So I think that it is important to apply in the education so that people can have more ideas and also can be the one to influence the policy makers to make any changes.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Wayne. Colleen, I have one question.
Yes, miss.
Do you think that Malaysians are matured enough to handle all those kind of information on internet if government actually abolish the censorship as what you said just now?
I think that actually, I personally, my opinion is actually not all the Malaysia are very qualified to differentiate the fake news online because there are just like a lot of sources and online internet news that flooding in internet, so they just absorb, but sometimes it might be the misinformation. So I think that it is a long path of times to text to improve in amongst the Malaysians. Like just now I say the education is very important. So like if we all know about these ideas of fake news or how the news being presented, so that the Malaysian will be have more ideas about how to differentiate the fake news since young. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay. Any other question from the audience? I assume there is no more question. Thank you, Chen. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Tang, for the guiding for this on this journey. Thank you.
All right. Now, next we have Wong Hui Ting to present her paper, The Impact of Social Media on Consumer Buying Behavior Towards Fast Food. Okay, Wong, your show, please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Puan Khairana. So, good afternoon to Dean, moderator, lecturers, and conference delegates. I am Wong Hui Ting from Media Studies. Today, I want to present about my FYP project. The research title is The Impact of Social Media on Consumer Behavior Towards Fast Food. And regarding the background of study, which is based on social media, is getting increasingly and sorry, okay. Okay, digitalization provide multiple innovation and creative to achieve their purpose, such as marketing and advertising, so on. And it can therefore be the ways also change consumer behavior and bring various impact to their purchase behavior. Therefore, we come up with a question: how big the impact of the advertisement on social media that can influence consumer behavior? In essence, it is the problem that marketers need to understand how social media has affected the consumer behavior. And the advertisement can appear everywhere. It will appear with advertisement that force users to watch it before continue the function. Social media is rooted with a high amount of advertisement, and it is a contemporary style of marketing. Besides, this study used to focus on the fast food industry that usually appear on social media for their new product, and also explore the consumer behavior that used to understand the buyer level of interest. Everybody has their own mindset when they make the decision to purchase a product or a service. So I also come with 3 research questions and objectives. The first one is to study which type of social media are more effective or for advertising fast food advertisement to consumer nowadays. And the second one is to study the consumer attitude towards fast food after they have perceived the advertisement. And the third one is to investigate what factors affect consumer buying decision for the advertised fast food product. Besides, this study has applied some theoretical framework for contributing to the analysis process. The first one is users and gratification theory. Is an approach that helps to know the logic behind why and how the individual want to find out the specific social media for fulfilling their own satisfaction. And the second one is theory of planned behavior. Is which to find out the consumer attitude toward fast food after they have perceived the advertisement and discover whether they are based on a familiar brand or direct product. And the third one is social cognitive theory is used to describe based on factors which will influence decision behavior. And the last is Mohd model. The model used to assume the attitude can influence consumer judgment toward advertised content and its object. So the methodology for this study is use the quantitative method. It becomes the excellent way to conduct the survey for contributing with convenience sampling and also data analysis. Sampling is the way of choosing the subgroup to cause the research more accurate. It belongs to non-probability sampling. The sampling size of this study consists of 100 students and with the age range from 18 until 22 years old, which are studying at TAIUC. The survey questionnaires have been divided into 3 sections, and I will explain it with the finding for each of the sections. It starts with asking the responder demographic profile characteristics such as age, gender, religion, and education level. Next, the section 1 is which is about the consumer exposure time to social media website and their ideas about it. This is used to explore for the first objective. After collecting the data, it can be known that social media can be a platform for advertising fast food. The advertisement will cause them to click in and increase the possibility of buying such advertised food and their item. Besides, this survey proves that people nowadays think social media can be updated and offer benefits to them. But the quality of food in reality still are not good as the picture. Advertiser needs to do some improvement on the quality of food, which can obtain the trust and loyalty from consumers as well. Then the following section is concentration on the attitude after perceiving the advertisement, which will lead to find out the answer for the second of the objective. It mainly investigates their awareness level and also their reaction. Refer to the responder's answer in section 2. Researchers can conclude that responders have the concept of fast food as an unhealthy food through the analysis. It also includes too many elements that are not good for health and lead to obesity, such as salt and calories. They're still willing to buy fast food as they are delicious and also make them to feel full. The store environment also attractive. As a small summary, the nutrition value of food is one of the vital factors that's still concerning by many customers nowadays. That is why fast food restaurants keep updating and with some healthier side to compete with each other brands. The last section is to investigate various factors toward buying decision, such as social, personal, and economic factors. Most of the respondents prefer to purchase spicy food, fast food, and think that restaurants also can fit with their lifestyle. The researcher has found a related link between the source of income and the brand choice. Most of them are sponsored because my target audience is on students, so most of them are sponsored by parents due to the fact that the responders normally live together with parents. So their daily meal time will follow them as well. The link between social and economic factor can be one of the considered marketing strategy. So for the first and second question, which are about the advertising on different type of social media and also the effect on attitude after perceiving such advertisements. There are three types of social media that are usually used by most of the respondents and also cause them to pay attention with the advertisements. When fast food advertisements appear on the particular platform, audience have received their visual qualified as an attention and lead to the purchase stage. Consumers have come out with positive and negative attitude toward fast food, such as thinking it contains unhealthy elements, but it tastes so still delicious, so there is a value to buying it. For the next one, after analyzing the research question 2 and 3, which are about the relationship between consumers' attitude toward fast food after perceiving the advertisement and the factors that affect the buying decision. Attitude can have the potential to affect the factors of buying decision as well. The negative attitude could bring negative effect toward fast food, such as the result of thinking that fast food is not store safe, and the chart at below, red and blue color agree that fast food are too salty. Therefore, some of the consumer will consider taking care of health and wish to eat healthier. Then will also consider not to purchase it in a short time. The discussion highlight the main outcome that discover their causal relationship and knowledge of the consumer's purchase stage. Due to that result also show the user will pay attention and even click its advertisement by being highly involved in social media. The respondent agreed that social media can directly influence consumer purchase behaviors. For the second research question used to know how the advertisement affect consumers' personal attitude in some way. It involved positive and negative attitude toward fast food. The element for thinking positive, such as the good environment, the taste of fast food, and its standard portion. However, most of them are thinking negatively toward the fast food as not good for health and contain plenty of salt, calories with not clean totally. Hence, it makes their consideration about duration for purchasing as choosing to buy fast food once a month rather than a fortnight. The last research question examines the most effective method to promote advertisement for these three factors by understanding how the factors influence such buying behavior, which are regarding personal, social, and economy. Most of the respondents prefer lunchtime with favorite fast food brands and spicy taste. Another result for social factors, the family selection bring a big impact to affect their buying decision. This factor also have a link with the economic factor because the survey targets are students, 66% of them sponsored by parents, and therefore the purchase of fast food desire tend to follow family choice rather than personal ideas. So in the conclusion, social media as a tool that advertisers can use wisely to distribute their advertising message for creating awareness. Advertisements have the potential to influence consumers' mind and behavior through social media as proven by this study. Hence, there existed various interesting relationships among these elements with purchase behavior and involved with the theoretical framework for further exploration. So, that's all for it. So thank you for your time.
Okay, Wang Hui-Ting for the presentation. Okay, now I open to the floor to the audience to if you have any question to ask. Okay, or if you have any opinion or suggestion for our presenter, Ms. Wong. Any question? So I assume there will be no question for you, Wong Hui-Ting. Okay, thank you again for your presentation. Okay, finally, we actually come to the end part of our presentation. The third and the last presenter for this media studies panel is Leong Hui Shan. She will present
effects of new media towards voting tendency in Malaysia. Okay, this is quite a, or can be considered as hot issues when we talk about voting behaviors. Okay, so Leon, is 10 minutes are yours. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Miss Karana and the Dean, my fellow lecturers and fellow students here. So I'm going to present a topic on effects of new media towards voting tendency in Malaysia. And I basically categorize them into 5 parts. And okay, firstly, why did I choose voting tendency and new media? So basically, it's a very hot issue, like what had mentioned by Ms. Karana, and we have actually gone through a history in GE14, which is 2018, which we have successfully changed the government from BN to Pakatan Harapan, and this is quite surprising to the global media. So firstly, we have to understand the evolution of new media. So it's quite obvious the evolution of new media is fast in Malaysia, especially after GE13 and GE14. We can see the differences of uh, Malaysians reactions towards the new media, and also getting the information from online news. So the relationship between ways of politicians propagating the people and voting behavior is also important for us to examine here, because like what I mentioned just now, new media is a new platform for the people to consume news, especially it is a two-way communication compared to the traditional media that we have consumed in the 90s, 80s. So new media is actually has become the central of political arena, as all of the political parties are using new media as the platform or one of the way to communicate with the people. So this could lead to the different decisions of the people, as we can consume the information from either new media or traditional media, which has we can actually select what kind of information that we want. So the freedom of access on new media is also one of the very key point here, as people get to access the political information freely on new media. So the power of new media, from the result of GE14 here, we can see that it is powerful when Pakatan Harapan actually breaks the history of not from impossible winning without controlling the media, and it actually proves that new media has quite lot of power here. But that's just the background, so let's straight to the topic here. So my objectives here are to study the effects of new media towards voting tendency of Malaysians, to investigate the effects of new media towards Malaysians, to study the voting tendency of Malaysians, and to investigate the relationship between both of the issues. So from what I have studied from literature review, I have studied like 40 or 30 plus of the scholars and professors, but here are the key, the most important key point that I selected. So the first one, I categorize it as effects of new media to the people. So according to Sitokozil Shibadan, so he emphasized that why new media is so effective and can affect people directly. It's because people can actually consume the first-hand news without filter or embellish of professional media, and the media is actually faster than the mainstream media. So here's the point that the citizen journalism, they can actively communicate with the political issues and different political opinions and views on the social media. So according to Barbosan Nerves B and his colleagues, so the education level of social media users that have no education at all only occupies 1.7%, which proves that the users have received education, at least in the primary level. So what is important here, it's about credibility. So when we look at the credibility of people, we tend to trust the experts instead of people that come from nowhere else and talk nonsense that you don't understand at all, but they are educated and they actually provided the information that is quite relevant to what you want. So that's why new media is so effective to the people. So the second point is voting tendency of Malaysians. So according to the results of GE14, Pakatan Harapan won 121 seats and BN only captures 79 seats. So that's the winning point of and victory of Pakatan Harapan. So according to Ahmad and his colleagues, the youngsters in Malaysia started to actively sharing their opinions on new media and appreciate the freedom of speech online, open-minded during interacting with others, and demand for the latest information of politics. So this is a huge step of difference compared to the traditional media, because the youngsters are started to get more actively involving on new media and also the political issues. And according to Lee Kerr and Jackson in 2011, they emphasized that the political parties or organizations are able to gain access to crowds, and this bottom up the capacity, and it's a potential threat as it implies an alternative mobilizing source. So basically this the information that are published by the political parties are able to reach the mass audience instead of some specific audience on traditional media. So from here we can see the voting tendency. The youngsters are actually involving a lot here. And the third category will be new media and politics. And as such, G14 has been coached and backing international trends, and it represents a democratic breakthrough in the face of rising global authoritarianism. Okay, so basically, like what I've mentioned, we have created history. And the leaders and the important key point here is leaders, campaigns, and engagements. So on the leader side, the people will feel more approachable, as if they were having a one-to-one conversation with politicians when they respond to them on social media. So this feeling will attract more people to listen to you, or basically to approach to you. So the second issue here is campaigns and engagements, which involves with the 3M, which is money, media, and mobilization. So money is important here, for sure, indeed, when you need to conduct some campaigns and engage to the public. And media and mobilization here is also important, whereby you can how many people you can reach and how many supports you can get from the public. So the methods I've used for my research here is focus group and content analysis. Which focus group, I approached to 7 respondents and asked 9 questions. And content analysis, I've selected 8 viral posts from the social media, which is YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. Yeah. And the results of my focus group here, I also categorize them under few subtopics. So the first one is frequency and reasons of Malaysians using social media to obtain political news. So all of the respondents, they rely heavily on social media, and they actually scroll through and went through all the political news online on social media. So some of them, part of them, they denied that mainstream media publish transparent, objective, and independent news, and they
Miss
agree
Leong,
that
your
convenient.
turn is already up actually.
Oh,
Can
okay.
you go to your
Make it
findings?
faster. Make it faster. Okay, so they also agreed that new media is convenient and low cost and do not need to make any payment, and it is a huge conversation room. So level of involvement of Malaysian in political pages on news media. So majority of them are involving actively on the political pages on social media, and only 2 respondents, they do not follow any political pages. So the influence of new media towards Malaysian, 3 respondents, they agree that they are easily get influenced and they remain neutral, and 3 respondents have strong stand and they can never change their views on certain party, even that there is negative news on them. So the results of my focus group is the ability of new media to change Malaysians' voting tendency and behavior is yes, because like what I have written here, there's 2 key factors, which is interactive and addictive on new media, and also especially in West Malaysia, the people tend to get influenced more. So the results in content analysis, I have categorized them into 4, which is intensification, mutual, reflection of ordinary Malaysian, and emotional influence. So here's my table. I can send to you all if you want, because my time is out. So my discussion of my research is how does the new media affect the people? So they use 2 ways communication and freedom of access. You can selective the news you want on new media freely, and it is interactive, reflexivity, and personalization. So what is the voting tendency of Malaysian? So after my research there, after I've done my research, the voting tendency is more to Pakatan Harapan, which said to be the opposition party before GE14. So how credible is new media to affect the people? So it's actually depending on the education level, media literacy level, and also the political knowledge here. So people, they choose to respond to the content on social media is because they believe that the information itself are credible enough. And what is the relationship between new media and voting tendency? It's actually parallel. They need each other to survive.
Okay, thank you, Miss Leong, for your presentation. So now I open to the audience. If you have any, Miss Leong, you can still show your last slide.
Okay.
So that maybe if the audience want to know on the conclusion, if they have any issues they want to ask, or question they want to raise, then you can do so. Thank you, Ms. Leong. Okay, I open to the audience to ask question.
So this is my conclusion.
Hi, Ms. Leong. Sheila here.
Hi.
I have one question. So regarding your content analysis, it was based on the selection of viral posts, if I'm not mistaken. All right.
Yes.
Can you just explain a little bit? Okay, on what basis? Okay, did you select the viral post?
Sorry?
On what basis did you select the viral post?
Oh, can I show the table?
Yes, yes. Can you please show the table because it was fast just now.
Sorry, because my time is out. So basically, I selected the viral post according to the issues here. Content about the popularity, the response, which need to be 100 and above, and how likely the post influence the readers, and also the tendency of supporting of the viral post itself.
Okay, thank you. I think Puan Rusilawati has have any question or anything to say. Puan Rusilawati?
Yeah, I'm reading it actually.
Okay. Okay, what about other audience? Do you have any question to ask?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Yong.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Any question from the audience? Okay. I assume there are no more questions. Okay. So again, on behalf of the Center for Media and Communication Research and Faculty of Communication and Creative Industries, Tunku Abdul Rahman College, I would like to say thanks again to our key speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Adnan Hashim, and also to our respective dean, Ms. Dearna, and as well as our deputy dean, Dr. Tamuju. Okay. And also, I would like to say thanks to all the presenters for the informative and interesting talks, and to audience for your active participation. Okay, hopefully the presentation has been beneficial for everyone. Thank you to your support, and I hope we can meet again in another symposium or another webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Puan Karana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karana. Thanks all for coming.
Thank you, organizing committee.
Yeah, congratulations to the organizing committee. You guys did very well. Okay.
You're doing very well.